Turn on my microphone just a second before we get started. If you kind of look behind you, you can probably see the baseboard thing along the walls where the holes are drilled in. We had a bit of a flood over the weekend, and actually at 7 o'clock this morning, there were still fans and stuff in this room, and our building support people have cleaned all that out and everything. But the hallway out this way still has quite a little bit of equipment and stuff in it. And so, if you need to go outside the boardroom, if you would please exit this way. If you're going up to our little convenient snack area thing, or the restrooms or water fountains or anything like that. And if you try to cut through here, which the kitchen area, there's just fans and chairs and stuff. And so for safety, let's kind of stay away from that if we could, please.
Morning. Just a little bit of housekeeping before we get started here. We do have internet Wi-Fi here in case you need to use it. It is the Education Go Get It. There is no login. This meeting is being webcast and recorded. Therefore, we request that when you are going to speak, make sure you turn on your microphone. A little red light will turn on. And when you're done, please go ahead and turn it off because it does pick up everything. You might notice these little yellow expense cards that you're in your area. We are required to kind of collect information periodically on our advisory committees to kind of get an idea of how much it costs for you to participate in this type of meeting. So we're just kind of looking on average at the expenses, your time for this particular meeting. So if you could fill that out, and then you just pass it down to me when you have a chance, or I'll be by to collect it at lunch, so we can get that information, because it helps us when we're planning to make sure that we are taking y'all's value into consideration. We will have a lunch. If you haven't already, there is an envelope in front of you. The lunch is $10, and Rhonda will be by later to pick it up again, and lunch will be served around 11:30, 12 o'clock. We do have some water and coffee already set up here, but if you would need something a little more caffeinated, like soda or something, we do have some vending machines. There's a vending room down towards the entrance where you all came in. It does take credit cards and cash. About halfway down the hallway are the restrooms. What? Yeah. Obviously, you've not used cash before, so. It does take cash, yes. And once again, we ask that you remember that your presence here on this committee is very important. It's invaluable. And that you are representing not just your institution, but the state overall in making these types of decisions. So, and with that, we just wanted to say welcome and good morning. And we will go ahead and start with some introductions. Okay. Sergio, would you like to start?
Good morning. My name is Sergio Lujan. I'm from Laredo Community College, Laredo, Texas.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarah Lozano. I'm from South Texas College. I'm the program chair for the Architectural and Engineering Design Technology program.
Good morning. I'm Keith Sylvester. I'm with Blinn College, and I teach in the program of Architectural Design. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Marcus Washington, program chair at Eastfield Community College, Dallas County Community College District.
Hi, good morning. I'm Walter Pate of Pate Architects and Texas Classic Homes in Midland.
Good morning, David Campos. I'm from Harlingen, Texas, TSTC. I'm the Division Director for Architecture Programs.
I'm Dwayne Hiller, Program Director here at the Coordinating Board under Workforce.
Elizabeth Steele, also Program Director in Academic Quality and Workforce here at the Coordinating Board.
Derek Gash, Midland College, Midland, Texas.
I'm Arlene Clark. I'm the architectural coordinator at Austin Community College.
I'm Bob Claypack with Del Mar College, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Brock Rindahl, architect with Beck Group here in Austin.
Gary Tomerlin, Deputy Assistant Commissioner Workforce here at the Coordinating Board.
Andrew Gregory, College of the Mainland.
Jeffrey Fuller, teach architectural design at the Colleen Kerr Center.
Thank you all so much. In looking over the agenda, we just did the welcome and call to order. So second item is the review of the minutes. You all have a copy of the minutes from our last meeting back in November. We just asked if you would take a few minutes to kind of review them. These are in draft form until this committee approves them, in which case then they'll be approved and posted on the website for review. So if we could just take a few minutes to take a look at those.
I move we accept and approve the minutes as submitted.
And just that we just found a little typo, so with that correction, I think it would be okay.
Okay, under item number 6, under the action, the third line, instead of design, it says Dane Technology, missing an S. We'll correct that spelling error in the final version. Obviously, spell checker didn't catch that because Dane is a valid word, but
See, that's why it's a draft.
right.
Dwayne, I've said often that a lot of people only have one way to spell words. Architects are far more creative than that. We have lots of ways to spell words.
Okay, does anybody make a motion to approve this with corrections, please? Anybody seconds that? Okay, it passes. Passes with a vote. All right, and everyone has to vote.
First say aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody against? Okay, it passes. Should we go over the items of business or review exactly what we discussed in that? Okay.
Oh, I get, first I want to ask, is there any public testimony on agenda items? And seeing none, we will go on to the next item 4.
Okay, once again, items of business, I would like to go over exactly what we discussed last time we met. And according to the minutes, after reviewing learning outcomes of listed Welcome courses, subcommittee made a motion to recommend the Welcome Committee to create 2 courses from the below 4 courses. This is the DFTG 1325 Blueprint Reading and Sketching, DFTG 1315 Architectural Blueprint Reading, and then the other 2 will be DFTG 1309 Basic Computer-Aided Drafting, DFTG 1305 Technical Drafting. And that's what we accomplished in last meeting. So we need to continue adding more courses to this, more skills. That is the plan of attack for today.
You all have been provided the framework for review. This kind of puts it into a like a chart template format so that y'all can look at it a little bit cleaner, so you can understand how what courses you all are particularly recommending, and the suggestions you're making. And that way you all have an idea of like how the numbers add up. Because, you know, as you're aware, we have the 60 credit hour limit for programs overall. That includes general studies and so forth. So you all can use this part as a reference in addition to what you were already working on and discussing. And any recommendations made by this committee will be presented to, I guess, to the WECM, is that correct? Oh, go ahead.
Right.
To the WECM Advisory Committee, so that in case, you know, any courses you recommend as far as like altering the definition or the recommendation to combine specific courses to create other courses, all of that will be presented, so.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to open up for discussion.
Because they were duplicated.
Anybody wants to go first?
And I just want to go ahead and point out to you all as well, in your information in front of you, you do again have the listing of all the courses from the WECM and their definitions, as well as a list of all the courses and the curriculum that's set up at the individual institutions. So you all have those as point of reference again. So, yes, sir.
Last time when we met, one of the things that I took a picture of what was on the screen, that when we finished up, we had agreed to remove the architecture blueprint reading because we had the duplicate and we were keeping the blueprint reading and sketching is what we were doing. And then on the other one, we were removing the technical drafting and keeping the basic computer aided drafting and combining that into that course. That's what I took. I got a picture that I took that we did last time. And so those were already, I think those parts were decided. We were moving on to the parametric modeling. Sorry. Okay. That's what I'd remembered.
Well, on 1305 and 1309, I thought that we just decided to combine them, but that wasn't really decided on.
Right.
What
I don't
form
think
that
we
was
can
gonna
decide
take.
that. We have to send that to the WECM committee, and they're going
So
to,
recommended.
right.
Combine those.
And
Yeah.
And for my clarification, I'm looking at this, and this is specifically architectural drafting program and study. So are we continuing with the general drafting, or is this,
Well,
is that all the same thing?
no, if I recall correctly, the general drafting, we didn't have a chance to start on that. Is that correct?
I understand I thought we were talking about general drafting. We hadn't gotten to architecture.
Okay. All right, then, no, that's fine. Are these courses then reflective? You all tell us.
Technical core courses, I think, are going, to apply regardless.
Yes,
From my
eventually they will be part of the architecture, because they got to learn the technical first before they can move on into the architecture. Correct?
And as you discuss combining these courses, can you give the WECM group more specific guidance? I mean, and I'm trying to dust off the fog since we met last year and I went on vacation and all that kind of stuff. But wasn't it kind of something that one of the courses had maybe a historical description and it didn't include technology, and then one of them was technology centric but didn't include some of the history or something to that effect, and you're kind of wanting a merger of those two?
I think that's essentially correct between the technical drafting and basic CAD.
Okay, maybe as, just for the minutes, if y'all could make some kind of statement as opposed to me making a statement, but just more or less address that, then when we take it to WECM, we know what y'all are asking them to take a look at.
Okay, so my recommendation on that would be to combine the, what are they called? The outcomes of both of the 1305 and 1309 classes into a single WECM course. So including the CAD stuff as well as the technical basic drafting stuff into a single course listed in WECM. Can I get a clarification? When you say basic, are you referring to by hand?
Basically, what it is we discussed last time that it's not just a CAD class per se that is a software platform, but we also needed them to learn all of the other aesthetics, all the things that go with it, such as the symbology, the projection, the line weights, all of these things are listed here. So those are the main common foundations of actual drafting. Just simply using the software wasn't quite enough.
I'm not disagreeing with that. So my question again is, do we even want to discuss a kid learning how to draft by hand? And does that need to be added to in some context to make sure that you're saying no?
My understanding is industry is not using manual drafting. You representing industry, can you tell us more on that?
all I'm going to say is you're presuming that a person examines the world only in front of a computer. And to me, that's a far-fetched presumption, because the energy it takes to examine the world in CAD is 10 times longer than what I can do by hand. And oftentimes, it alleviates the ability to make the decisions. The CAD becomes a more of a drone-like existence of doing what you're told, printing it for someone else to evaluate it, to make it correct. Now, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm simply saying, are you saying that manual drafting is something we're not going to discuss as a requirement for learning architectural drafting?
I think it's valid to discuss it, and as such, I'm going to give my opinion that my essential job, I feel like, is to make somebody employable. And teaching them a full class of manual drafting is not going to make them employable. However, teaching them the concepts of manual drafting with using the tool of a CAD software package will make them employable. And that's the direction I've gone, and I think we should go.
Well, I think on the two course descriptions, one doesn't really allow for CAD, and the other one doesn't really allow for, the flexibility of manual drafting. So I think what the consensus was, if you combine both of them, there's some flexibility there in what percentage of computer and what percentage of manual drafting you might potentially do. But I think, practically speaking, most schools, and looking at the schools across the state, most combine them anyway, or they choose to teach one or the other and then do a hybrid of the two classes. So it would make sense that we just combine them as, statewide. And if you look at the numbers on both courses, they're not exactly evenly split, but it's pretty close. And so it's almost like arbitrary what schools choose to teach which one. And it's more rare that schools teach both. So it seems like we should just combine them and then, teach both kind of options, but in one course, which I think is what people are mostly doing anyway. Does that make sense?
I guess what I'm responding to is the direction to Weckham. And that is, so are we saying then, as direction to Weckham, that hand drafting in some fashion, not a whole course, should still be examined in a course? So that's what I want to make sure is said as agreed to among the committee.
Keith, I'm not disagreeing, and you and I both grew up in architecture doing manual drafting originally. But right now, we don't have a typewriter in our office either. Nobody's punching keys and mechanically putting an image on a piece of paper through a typewriter. We just don't do it. We have no place in our office where there's, and again, not talking about education, I'm just talking about the practicality of it. We have no drafting space anywhere for manual drafting, but we have a bunch of computers. And we would have no reason to look at an employee, prospective employee, and even ask a question about manual drafting. Instead, we would ask about what they've learned about CAD or Revit or related topics. We'd want to see examples of that. But that's, and we've had several employees that we've hired through the architectural graphics, our computer graphics program at Midland College. But the manual side of it has never been a question for us.
And I would agree with that from an application standpoint, but from an academic standpoint, we might not use typewriters, but you still have to use a keyboard. So we might use a computer, but you still got to know what line weight is, how to draw it, what it means, how to feel it, and the time it takes to draft. I can teach drafting quicker by hand and then let them learn that computing tool in another construct when they need to learn how to become skilled. So I'm talking strictly academic. And so that's really where I'm going to be very concerned if we're going to say a student with no knowledge whatsoever is going to learn architectural drafting in a box And I can tell you that is going to, that's going to lead to a different type student. And I'd love to see 5 years from now what that looks like. But on the other hand, here's the question I think it raises. Are we going to see support given to colleges for computer laboratories? Because now you're going to say we all have to kind of see the world in that common view, which is fine by me. Because right now we have programs that have to say you have to buy a laptop and you have to use your financial aid. You have other programs that say, well, we have computer labs, you don't need to buy one. So you have some real implications here that when we make a decision that says, okay, we're going to teach through this construct of CAD only, then all universities or all programs, I should say, at college level have to have a computer lab or computing, unless you're going to say, I can teach now without a computer.
Well, you know, you kind of put several different questions in there, Keith, and I'll try to make a go at them. You know, first of all, anything about funding and labs and computers and software packages and that kind of stuff are beyond the scope of this committee. You know, and quite honestly, from a WECM point of view, we have tried to scrub any references in WECM of software-specific packages, and that way we're not saying AutoCAD 7 or 9 or 19 or whatever the flavor of the month is, because it's more about computer-aided design than it is software packaging. Same way with versions of the Windows platform, you know, Windows 95, 98, but we can't keep the course inventory current as fast as they are coming out with new versions. And so those kind of things are outside the scope of this committee. But from a conversation point of view, we're talking about WECM, and I know y'all know this, but it's the drafting courses, and then in the ACGM, the academic pathway, are the architecture courses. The architecture courses are designed for the transfer pathway into the universities, and the drafting courses are about workforce development and getting a job. And so they serve two purposes. Now, I guess my third point that I think addresses your comment, and then if there's anything else, y'all can ask me, and if nothing else, I'll be quiet. But WECM doesn't say anything specific about time on task. You know, and so if you are doing mechanical drawing or something like that, it's up to the instructor to determine how to meet the learning outcomes of a specific course. And so if you want to go in and do 2 weeks worth of, you know, doing the old drawing boards and T-squares and triangles and that kind of stuff, if you think that's important and you have those facilities, but then if there's learning outcomes about CAD and other technologies, you're also expected to meet those things in the course as well. But the blending of that is down in the classroom. And so that's kind of my comments.
Yes, it does. And I think I'm just looking for consistency, because if we're going to say a student has to sketch, then I'm going to say scratch sketching. And let's focus on a real curriculum that is truly CAD-based. That's all my point is. So we're using, in some senses, words that are very loose and have no real construct for a draftsman, unless you're going to say, well, he's going to sketch over the draft. So again, so I'm just looking for what our intent is, because when you write this stuff and people are down below are interpreting it, they're going to read it and interpret it verbatim, and they're going to say that's what we've been instructed to do. And so I just want to make sure that the direction to WECM is broad, so that as you guys make decision, it's not so much of this clear-cut idea of the world that obviously doesn't necessarily exist.
And I guess one more point, and perhaps this is more for the business people here. As we talk about the WECM Leadership Committee, it's a group of largely community college administrators who provide guidance, and then faculty teams are used to develop the courses that are in WECM. We nor they don't go write these courses in a closet somewhere. I mean, I've got I could probably look at these two course descriptions that y'all have already got, and where you say combine the historical stuff and the CAD stuff, I might could do that, but anything else related to creating a drafting course, I can't do, and even getting that one right would be problematic. But there will be some type of process of how those courses are put together that will involve either this group of drafting a final recommendation or another team coming together of drafting instructors from the community technical colleges to put that process together. And so that's the road we're headed down. And then, you know, part of this is, as y'all are discussing already, the duplication within the courses that exist within WECM and the transferability, and I believe Mr. Gregory put him on the spot and throw him under the bus, but I believe at the last meeting, he kind of discussed in the Houston area the transferability issue, that you have a lot of similar, but then there's enough variance, and it's impacting students. That's what our work is centered on. It's not if you do 3 assignments like this or 5 assignments like that. So, okay.
So going back, I think that the initial task is that we've already agreed that we're combining those courses at the last meeting. And if you read the course descriptions, there's nothing in technical drafting that says anything about how you deliver the outcomes, whether that's by hand or on a computer. So that would be left to the discretion of the faculty member. And so I don't think we sort of already agreed to that. And so whatever committee writes the new descriptions, they're going to have this same discussion, and they're going to be the deciding committee. So, but our charge today, last time we started with general drafting, and that's reflected in the minutes on page 2, that those initial courses, combining those 4 courses to make 2, is for general drafting. And then I'm trying to figure out, given this framework, the end result is, you know, what are the core courses? What are going to be specialty fields? Like, is there a specialty drafting field in industrial drafting or pipe drafting or architectural drafting or electrical? So what specializations do we want to have as subsets? And then, which would apply across the state? And then what courses do we feel are how many credits or number of courses are free for each institution to offer regional specific content? I think that's what we're trying to get at. And it seems like we sort of backtracked, and we need to look at the big picture and sort of figure out, maybe the next step would be figure out what specialty areas within drafting do we believe exist or should exist.
But right now, we're just doing technical drafting, and then once we take care of that, then we do the architecture drafting, correct? This is the charge for this committee, correct?
And I had a question. Speaking on what you just said, as far as right now we're doing technical drafting, then we go to the architectural drafting. I guess my question would be something very simple. If let's say we got rid of this architectural blueprint reading and we combine these 2. Once we get into the specialty, are we going to have to recommend another course for strictly architectural drafting? Start with architectural blueprint reading. But once you say specialty, doesn't that just bring us kind of right back to where we're creating a course? I guess the example I would use is, you said specialty, and then, so let's say we break off and somebody wants a specialty path in architecture. Somebody's probably going to end up recommending a architectural blueprint reading course. Would that make sense? And we're taking this one away. Does that mean we're going to end up coming full circle right back to where we're at?
Well, the way I see it is, first you want to teach the technical drafting. That way you learn how to draft views, section cuts, and all that applies to architectural, plumbing, piping, or sheet metal, whatever that is. But once you learn that, then we can concentrate on the architectural part of it. But we shouldn't have to go back.
No, what I'm saying is, will we ever end up with another architectural blueprint reading course because we've made another specialty track.
I don't think so. I think the blueprint reading can be basic and generic enough where you could include that as a portion of it, but I would see it as becoming more advanced and specialized instead of like, having a basic, kind of reading class for each discipline.
I personally have a question about the blueprint reading. I mean, because in a way, at the end of the degree plan, you should be able to read blueprints. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, we shouldn't have a class just for blueprint reading. In our college, we offer blueprint reading only for maybe building construction, HVAC, and stuff like that. People that need to learn how to read the blueprints. It's like when you teach in architecture, you don't offer a class so you know how to read the architecture print. You should already, if you create the print, you should be able to read them, correct?
We actually don't offer blueprint reading, but I'm sure that there are some people that do so.
In most cases, they're already embedded into the courses. Like we offer it in our 1309 drafting as the front end so they can understand what title blocks are, understand all of those specifics part of the blueprint reading.
But that is part of technical drafting.
Right. And it flows over to the architecture.
I'm just trying to save some courses that we can utilize so we can teach more skills.
Yes.
And maybe if I could, just a minute. These committees have representation for business and industry because their input is very important. And, Mr. Pate shared a few minutes ago about the interviewing process and questions we would ask and those kind of things. And, I think we're doing a little bit of the cart-horse alignment paradox. And I wonder if we talk more about the outcomes and even perhaps the jobs, what doesn't, and if I mess this up, y'all, I told you I'm not a drafting person. What does a drafting or a draft person generic need to know? What does an architectural drafts person need to know? And then what does a mechanical type draft person, because you're talking about a little bit about these specializations. And then I don't remember if we talked about this with this group or not, but I think a way to help visualize this, and if I said this last time, just bear with me, but I think an oak tree is a good analogy. If you have the big common trunk, right, and then the oak tree begins to branch with a couple of big limbs, and then the oak tree branches more, and that's when you eventually get out to the leaves, right? So I think one of your questions is, how many big branches does this tree have? You've talked a little bit about generic or general drafting. You talked a little bit about technical drafting. I think I've heard you talk a little bit about mechanical drafting, architectural drafting. And it seems to me that with what I know about all your programs and all your schools, you probably don't have room for 4 separate associate degrees in those areas. And so how do you build the common foundational core, the trunk of the tree, and then where does that tree begin to branch? And of course, just like an oak tree, once you've climbed out on this branch, you can't get to that branch without coming back over here, right? And so I think you've kind of started on a core, but maybe if you spend some time talking about the jobs, the outcomes, what do these students really need to know, and then I think that will help you figure out your specializations, and then maybe that will help, come at this thing from, apparently when you're eating the elephant in the room, you have to eat it from both ends or something. I don't know if that'll help or not, but just a thought.
So in a way, you're saying that we should agree on the skills first?
I don't know if
we agree on the skills first, then we can connect 2 courses that will satisfy the outcome. Yeah. And we got it done.
Yeah. And I'm not encouraging chaos or fighting, but then some kind of consensus, and there's room in there for perhaps more than just absolute agreement, if you will. But like how many jobs are there? What are their jobs? How do you back these jobs up? What are the skills? What do we expect the students to bring to the table? All those kind of things.
Yes, I think we tried to do that last meeting, but then we started mentioning course numbers and stuff like that, and then it went off track. So we concentrate on the skills, make a list of what a student needs to learn so we can learn technical drafting, and then we can connect the courses to those skills, and then we can concentrate on the architectural part of it. Do we agree?
And I just want to point out, you might use your minutes as a guide. We did do that. Bottom of page 2, we have a list of the skills. I'm going on to page 3. Want to maybe look over those and see, is this comprehensive list? Are there more that need to be added?
Yeah, we need to add to that. I think at that time we were talking about architectural, but I mean we can start from scratch. I guess. Do we want to go around the table what we recommend as being the first skill that the student needs to learn, so we can learn technical drafting, and then we'll take it from there. I'm just going to throw a skill there just to get the ball rolling. To me, it's important that first the student needs to be able to visualize. And that's where you go into projections and 3D views and so on. And before you even get to scales, it's like, for us, it's like a big introduction into drafting. That way the student learns exactly what they're getting into, all right? Visualizing from 3D objects to orthographic views and so on and so on and so on. That's what we teach first. Anybody's got any recommendations?
But this is the list that we went over last time, right, for kind of skills of the general drafter?
Yes.
Okay. And then are we now discussing specialty fields?
No, we're discussing the technical drafting, just learning basic drafting. We decided we were going to do that first, correct?
But isn't this what we already went over last time?
This section we already went over. Now we're
Yep,
moving.
correct. But those 2 courses, that's not going to take care of learning technical drafting just by doing it in 2 courses.
We have the blueprint reading. We have the blueprint reading and sketching, 1325. We decided. We have the basic computer-aided drafting, 1309, which we decided. The intermediate computer-aided drafting, 2319, we left in there. And then we were trying to decide between the parametric modeling and design, 1349, or solid modeling design, and that would complete this area right here. So I guess the 2 that are in question now are the ones that are right here, and then we move on to the specialty.
But, I mean, just a suggestion, don't we want to list all the skills to see we're going to need more courses than those? I mean, we haven't gone over the dimensioning, we haven't gone over, is dimensioning part of which one? Are we going to be able to do that on the 1305, dimensioning?
Yeah, and I guess kind of along that line, we might just want to go down that list and see which courses each of these ones that we have in our minutes are taught in, and then we can, I guess, kind of like a summary of last meeting, since the last meeting was couple months ago.
And I also want to point out to David's point, kind of going along with what Gary had mentioned, this is not a comprehensive list, and that's what David's referring to. This doesn't cover even a small portion of what you probably need to know for general drafting. And I think that's what David's point is.
But, if we're making recommendations to the WECM committee, couldn't we literally just combine the course descriptions and outcomes for those 2 courses? 1305 and 1309. I don't know that we need to rehash what is already done in those.
Okay, so looking at this list, are all of these skills, whether covered in 1305, 1309?
Well, I mean, if you look at 1305, it's create technical sketches, geometric constructions, orthographic projections, pictorial sectional views, dimension drawings, and apply lettering techniques. And then, and then the course outcomes, those are the course outcomes for 1305. And then for 1309, it's identify terminology and basic functions used with CAD software, use CAD hardware and software to create, organize, display, and plot or print working drawings and use file management techniques. I mean, there are also, those are just the outcomes. There are, you know, additional things listed in the course description. But I don't know, it just seems like this is what we're doing already.
Okay, so, yeah, that's a good point.
So, just to confirm, y'all agree that at least one course is basically the combination of 1305 and 1309? And that is one course that you all for sure are all behind on recommending to be part of the program of study? Okay. We got one. Okay, so we just need.
Well, like for instance, let me list my skills, and then maybe that will get the ball rolling. Like visualization is important for us, scales, orthographic views and multi-view drawings, section views, auxiliary views. We have that as the 1305. And then we go into the next class, and the next course, which in this case will probably be the 2319. We go over dimensioning and notes, fixed and allowances, geometric dimension and tolerances, and then how to create assemblies and build materials, and we're done with the technical part.
Okay, so are there any other comments on, I mean, what we just talked about, the, I guess, the introductory or the basic, and then the intermediate? And then I think also at the, probably at the end of last meeting, I'm not sure if it got into the minutes, but we also talked about solid modeling, which I guess it's listed there as either parametric or solid modeling and design. And I'm trying to remember if the recommendation was that those are different enough that it would be one or the other, as opposed to combining them into one course.
I don't think we made a recommendation to combine those in one course. I think it was more, we didn't know which one.
Okay.
One of those is probably necessary, but we didn't know which one. You know, I don't want to reinvent the wheel if we don't have to. And if we're taking in consideration parametric modeling and solid modeling and design, if you look at the WECM, if we don't have to change the WECM because it's good enough, let's not change the WECM. And the parametric modeling is an intermediate class, and solid modeling is design is an advanced class. So it makes sense probably to have parametric modeling in there. That is a skill that, you know, spans across multiple disciplines. Revit is a parametric modeling architecture software. Inventor, SolidWorks, CATIA, Fusion 360, those are all parametric modeling programs in a mechanical or more general space. So I think that would be a good class for the technical core, the parametric modeling design.
So you recommend keeping parametric modeling design 1345?
Correct.
Do we want to make a motion on that? That way we can approve it? Does anybody want to make a motion? Anybody seconds that?
To be included in the program of study?
Yes.
In the technical core.
And I guess to clarify, like what we have on the framework, it's parametric modeling or solid modeling. So I guess that's what we would need to vote for is a selection of one of those courses.
I think the thing that had come up last time at the very end of the meeting was the SIP code references that 1345 is a mechanical drafting and mechanical drafting CAD class. And so I think some schools, when they see that, they think, well, you know, this is mechanical focused. It actually doesn't say that in the course description and course outcomes, so it's really generic. But that SIP code tends to make people believe that it's a mechanical specific course.
And that can certainly be a recommendation from this committee to change the SIP code. The SIP code, it'll be the same funding code, basically, so there won't be any impact.
I think if it were the generic CAD drafting or design technology technician, that SIP code that's 1302, I think if that were applied to 1345, it would be generic to all disciplines.
Okay.
And the two of these, it's kind of like, based on the outcomes and descriptions, it almost seems like an intro and then advanced version, right? Because it does say advanced in its description of 2340, and 1345 lends itself to introductory, three-dimensional modeling principles, regardless of what software I think you use. But if you think that SIP code could change, I think that 1345 would be a good general three-dimensional modeler.
What is the zip code right now for 13? Do you know the zip code?
1306.
1306.
And we wanted
1306.
we want it to be 1345?
1302.
Okay.
The SIP code.
Y'all, obviously we can discuss zip codes, but zip codes should not be a driver. It's.
I know that, but when schools go to adopt, you'd be surprised how much we get pushback based on, when we go to introduce new courses into our course catalog, they'll say, well, this is a mechanical course. Based on what the zip code looks like. I know it.
Okay.
If they heard that from you guys, they would be like, oh, okay.
I just said it publicly.
Okay, well.
And I guess since I said it publicly, just to clarify, I am certainly not talking about taking a zip code from nursing or something and applying it to a drafting course or anything like that. The drafting, is where I'm talking about. Or for that matter, within any other discipline. And for the business and industry group, SIP code is classification of instructional programs. It's a bureaucratic hierarchy of, I think it goes out to 8 digits, and everybody fits in a family. And the further you go out into the number, the deeper into the family you are. And that's what SIP codes are.
I'd like to offer something here, and it's actually in addition to. It's good to learn solid modeling, and I have no qualms with that. Actually, it's a needed skill set. And parametric modeling is one of those mechanisms. But if we're going to continue to reaffirm the word drafting, then creating a set of construction documents from a model is a whole new monster. And so the question becomes, if this is about drafting, are these courses addressing creating a CD set from a model, which is what BIM really is? And so that would be a question for my colleagues. And if it's not, in a real way, and architecturally driven, cursory touching that is not going to be adequate enough. So maybe it's a specialty, I don't know. But I am really concerned about the fact that we don't just assume a person's employable because they can use a tool, then they get in the office and the person in the office has to still tell them what to do. Even say, well, I can't tell you because you were supposed to know that, that's why I hired you. So I'll put those skills in specialty and take them out of the core, which is where my being concerned happens.
Well, let me point out that the parametric modeling and design course does actually include creation of construction drawings, orthographic views, and that sort of thing within that course. You cannot create that drawing without creating first the 3D model.
No, I agree with that.
So that's part of it. And both parametric modeling and intermediate CAD both address creating construction documents.
So that's part of the
That is
description.
part of those courses.
All right, but those would be, I would like to see those in specialty and taught at high level of rigor and maybe expand on the outcomes. If we're going to call it architectural.
Yeah, but if we're talking about general, I mean, we're still talking about the general program of study. I think it would be fair to include 1345 in the general program of study. And then if we're getting into like BIM and other things, that could be an architectural specialty. You know, if we're looking at specialty courses in the various disciplines.
So I think we got it. We can do this in 3 courses. We can accomplish all the skills. The first course will be a combination of the DFTG 1305 and 1309. Correct me if I'm wrong. The second course will be DFTG 2319. And then the last one will be DFTG 1345. Does everybody agree with that? Do we want to revisit blueprint, reading blueprints, because it's still part of the decision that we took last meeting?
So are we going to combine that into the 1309, or are we going to make that its own individual? Keep it as the 1325?
I think Andrew has something to say.
Are we rescinding or going to re-vote on what we voted on last time?
Should.
We voted, we made a motion, we all agreed. Are we, bringing this back up for discussion for something that we voted on? Or are we going to say that we agreed to that and move on?
I guess my intent was really to just review what we talked about last time and just kind of get our notes straight and then move on.
Right now, let me ask the educators, right now, are you spending 3 hours, is a student spending 3 hours learning blueprint reading?
Not me.
I can't imagine taking 3 hours in a term to learn blueprint reading.
We have
Although
that in
I
the
think it's
1309.
vital to know, but I just don't think it should take that time. So if it's not going to take that time, with what you're doing right now, it doesn't take 3 hours. Why is it a standalone 3-hour course instead of being combined with one of these others?
And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that it is combined in a lot of these other courses.
It is. We combine it in the DFTG 1309 as so they understand what they're drawing, how to read it before they start drawing the actual item.
And I think that was the basis of our recommendation last time. Combine the 2 blueprint reading courses, combine 1305 and 1309, and then combine those 2 together because all of us are already doing them all together anyways. So why not have the WECM reflect it?
In our program, we do have the blueprint reading class, but because we don't have the technical drafting class, so that's where we combined. So they don't do 3 hours of blueprint reading per se, but that's where they do learn about what they would learn in the technical drafting class. That's where we combine those. So I do agree that we had decided on 1325 and 1315, combining those to one, and 1305, 1309, combining those to one too. That's what I left understanding.
Do we want to go ahead and revisit that, or since we voted on that?
Let's move on.
Wait.
We already.
I know you're ready to move on. I just want to make sure, it's because at the last meeting, what y'all had motioned to do was to combine 1325 and 1315, and then take that combination and combine it with 1305 and 1309 to create 2 classes. So net, right, so that's why I just want to make sure what you are doing, you're still okay with that? Because that's different than what we're saying now.
Well, I think what we decided is different than how this is kind of laid out, where it says, combine these 2. Yes, it would be combining those 2, but, it would basically be like throwing all 4 courses in.
One.
Well, no, I mean, what we decided last time was take all 4 courses and basically we'd come out with 2 courses.
Right.
Right? So it doesn't necessarily look like this, that you'd combine the top 2 and the bottom 2.
Okay. I was just basing it on how it was stated last time. So that's,
Earlene, what do you see then as the two courses?
Well, I don't necessarily want to get rid of something if people are teaching it, right? I think there's a difference between saying, let's combine this in WECM, and then there's a big difference between saying, let's include that as part of the program of study. We don't teach blueprint reading at all because it's all combined in with our drafting courses. You know, it's like, in order to make them, we teach what they are. So, but I know that there are people out there that teach that course as a separate course for other disciplines, maybe like, you know, in welding or construction or something like that. So I don't want to say to get rid of it because there may be people around the state who are teaching it, you know, not as part of this program.
I think I maybe was one of the proponents for the blueprint reading, and it's simply this. You know, some people look at a set of prints and it's like a calf looking at a new gate. They absolutely have no idea what that is. Now, seeing a completed building or a completed ductwork or completed plumbing or completed whatever it is that is constructed, piece of equipment, drilling rig, whatever it is, it almost doesn't matter. They can see the finished product, but how you get from A to Z, you know, if they've never seen A, they don't have a clue what it is that they need to start to understand.
You know, y'all, I'm sorry if I believe what the conversation is and the takeaway is that you're basically taking the 4 courses and you're eliminating blueprint reading and sketching and architectural blueprint reading, and then you're going to incorporate into the technical drafting, the basic computer-aided drafting, the conversation we had earlier, and then you're going to include plan reading or something along that lines. Is really and truly so. I think we've got it, and if we can, if nothing else, Elizabeth, we can just capture more or less what I just said in the minutes. I think we're good to move on. And Mr. Pate, I think as you said, you know, that not only as part of technical drafting and or part of the CAD part, learn how to read a plan, know what a plan looks like, know what a set of plans look like, but not 3 whole hours of 3 semester credit hours of how to read a plan. And of course, every time you go through a progressively more complex course and you're designing, you're also going to be learning more about reading. And so I think that's kind of the point, right? Okay, so just maybe for Elizabeth, from your point of view on this document, just technical drafting up there and basic computer-aided drafting, just put with plan reading. And I think that's the recommendation of the group. Plan reading.
Adding the outcome of reading plans to the combination 1305, 1309 course.
And I guess maybe for clarification, I think y'all said this last time as well, but with the omission of the word blueprint, because blueprint is a word that refers to that ammonia at 26% or whatever it was, and your eyes burning and all that stuff. So just plan reading as opposed to blueprint reading.
yeah, because you're kind of changing what you guys agreed on prior, so.
Okay, does anybody make a motion on combining 4 courses into one? We're gonna recommend this to welcome. It will be DFG 1325.
And then it's not clear because he's.
Okay.
Well, our discussion just now was to incorporate plan reading into the new combined drafting course, basic drafting course. So it's 4 courses into one. The idea was that we don't need a 3-hour course.
That's not what I heard.
But we shouldn't get rid of it. Basically, what we were thinking is we put the blueprint reading in the combined of the technical and computer-aided drafting, but we don't include it in what, we don't want to take it out because she's using it. We don't want to just include it in what we're doing here because we're including it in the 1309.
Yeah, the skills are gonna be included.
The
So
skills are going to be included on the 1305 and 1309.
let's not even look at the blueprint reading and that to say whether or not we combine it or take it out, whatever, because some people use it. Let's just go from the technical drafting basic on, basically. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we don't want to delete it
Buddy.
because somebody else uses it. We just don't want it included in the basics.
Yeah,
Right, so we're
no,
not making a recommendation to change the blueprint reading courses at this time. I mean, they're just not going to be included, they won't be included in the program of study technical core. They may be included as an elective, or they may be incorporated into the other courses, but those blueprint reading courses, 3-hour blueprint reading courses, they'll remain available, but they won't be part of the core part of the program of study.
Can I just clarify why when we were reviewing our, when we had to come down to 60 credit hours, we had technical drafting and we had blueprint reading. We combined them and stayed with the architectural blueprint reading class. But I'm not opposed to going with the technical drafting class as long as those objectives from the blueprint reading class are met in the technical drafting class. The only issue, the reason why our advisory committee chose the architectural blueprint reading class was because it was more architectural, it was more specific to our degree. The technical drafting to them felt like a dated term, like just the word technical drafting. Yeah, to them that was.
Right, well, and to be honest, when we combine those courses, we'll probably change the title.
And so that I'm okay with that. I mean, I think like for our purposes, I think for schools that are in similar situations as us, architectural specific, I think combining those objectives from the blueprint reading class and the technical drafting class, whichever one it is, if it's going to be the technical drafting class, then I'm okay with letting go of the blueprint reading class. Does that make sense?
Okay. So then are we combining four courses into one, or do we just want to, how do we want to say it? So everybody agrees on that.
Well, I think we need to make a distinction between what we're recommending to WECM, like as a permanent change, and what we're going to include in the program of study, because I think those are two separate
Well,
things.
I think we're recommending combining 1305, 1309, and bringing some of those skills on blueprint reading and adopt them into those courses.
That's correct.
And that way we don't bother changing or getting rid of the DFG 1325 and 1315. Correct?
That's correct.
All right, so here we go.
Y'all, I understand your sensitivity of not impacting other colleges, and but then I think it's very important to point out that why we're here, and it was House Bill 2628 from last session, the 84th session, that charged the coordinating board to take on this work, and that's why we're doing it. And so I think while we discuss change and not impacting others that are not represented in the room and that kind of stuff, the WECM course review process has always been to where a select group made, based upon their discipline knowledge and stuff, they made decisions that impacted the other programs. And hypothetically, if a WECM group was meeting, I don't know, off-site right now today even, and they decided to change blueprint reading and sketching, the name of it, then everybody has to incorporate that into their catalog over a period of time, right? And so if business and industry is telling us and giving us guidance that this is what we need, and I guess I should talk a little bit that, as I mentioned, House Bill 2628, it was heavily endorsed in the House, I believe it was, by the construction industry. I think when it had its third reading, I think it had 14 or 16 different groups testifying in support of the bill about, hey, we need to do this, we need to have more commonality around the state, that kind of stuff. And so, y'all are working at the state level to have this conversation, and I hope that the colleges, that are listening, that they incorporate and they adopt the outcome of this. And then, if nothing else, there's the requirement in 2628 that if another college has adopted it, and the student transfers to your college, the student has got a sequence. You can't put them back to square one.
And this is related directly, but it's going to be a proposal. The purpose of plan reading is to not just teach what a line means, it's actually to teach what the materials behind the lines mean, which means that if we're going to, again, talk about architecture, materials and methods are important, and that's what plan reading should be doing, and I'm not certain that's what it does. So the solution might be to keep plan reading, redefine its name, and make it more comprehensive and germane to what the architects need. Now, I'm going to lean on Walter here to tell me that materials and methods and understanding them are important to your hires.
Well, they are, but it's something we teach in our office because we go a step beyond that. We want to make sure that our technical people, when they draw a line, every line has a meaning, and we want them to see that, so we take them on job sites and take the drawing that they've produced or that someone else has produced that they're trying to do. Here's what was drawn. Here's what's built. Here are the materials it takes. Here's what you're drawing material-wise. I'm not sure, and I understand what you're saying. It is important to know what those lines represent, that it's not just abstract. I mean, it's reality, but it's on a computer, and at some point it's on paper because that's how it's communicated. But we carry it a step further. We take them to the field. Now, I also know this. That's not done in a lot of offices, but it is done in our office.
That can be recommended for the architectural part of it. In other words, we can be done with the technical part of it, and then if you feel from the industry point of view that we need a course on symbology, materials, or whatever, you can recommend that.
Thank you.
That way it doesn't affect the technical part of it, just drafting.
What I heard you say is a great course, by the way. and so my point is really to borrow from what you're saying to hopefully start to fill in the technical pieces. So when we get there, it's not this start all over again. So from an architectural standpoint, I would say a student walking out with the experience you just defined as a function of plan reading would be a powerful student.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, maybe if I can jump in here just a second, and I'm going to maybe make a recommendation. It's as we get towards about 11:15, and maybe before we get ready to break for lunch. But first of all, this framework that we put together, the marks are purely arbitrary. All we did was we put some lines together. We tried to give a working document so you'd have a place to write and do and scribble and scratch and that kind of stuff. And so it seems like we're somewhat hung up on, perhaps for those of you that have ever been in the program submission inventory, you know that we have it broken down by semesters of, here's the first semester, second semester, third, and so forth. It almost seems like we're hung up on the first semester and we're struggling. So rather than focusing on the words we have here of core courses, specialty courses, elective courses, and that kind of stuff, what if you just maybe arbitrarily start suggesting courses, and I said arbitrarily suggesting courses, I'm not meaning arbitrarily, but some type of methodology, but start maybe what would be the sequence to build an architectural drafting program from here? Does a general drafting program continue beyond these core courses? What does a mechanical drafting program look like? And begin to list that out, and then see if that wouldn't help you get to, in essence, the 45 semester credit hours, or at least close to that. And so maybe if you could have that conversation for a while, and then, as I've discussed, what is the difference in the job between the mechanical drafts person and architectural drafts person? Are there big differences, or is it one course different? And I mean, and I just put that as a purely hypothetical, but maybe that would help y'all. And then by having a more rounded group of courses, you could talk more globally about the program outcomes, the jobs, and then get back down to the sequencing a little bit. That might help.
Do we want to agree on those, how many courses are there total? 1, 2, 3, at the end will be 3 courses. Do we want to agree on that? Let me try it. Does anybody make a motion to combine, to propose this to the Welcome Committee to combine DFTG 1305, DFTG 1309, and also bring in the outcomes or the skills from the blueprint reading course, DFTG 1325 and DFTG 1315. That will create one course. The second course will be DFTG 2319, and the third course will be DFTG 1345. Does anybody make a motion to approve this?
Before we motion that, just one quick question. Are we back to the point of saying we're not scratching any of these courses? We're just creating new courses?
That's correct. We're not going to touch them. Somebody make a motion?
So, just to make sure I understand, sorry, based on Marcus's question. So what you all are recommending is you're taking the learning outcomes of these other courses, but not recommending deletion of these courses. So you'll take the learning outcomes of the courses and make one course
Out of four outcomes.
and keep still all 4 courses?
Well, they want to keep them, or they want to.
Well, but I don't think it makes sense to keep all those, because then it's like massive confusion.
Yeah, so maybe we do away with the blueprint ones.
Well, yeah, but the blueprint reading courses are being offered for building construction and maybe piping and other courses. They're not just drafting.
But perhaps you could keep one generic, like, plan reading course, and then
That's
get
the
rid of
reason why I didn't
architectural
want to delete
blueprint
them.
reading.
1325 seems like it would be a good general.
And y'all, there are protocols in WECM that, course usage drives when courses get archived. And so if, as, and when we move to more commonality with programs not offering those courses, they'll archive anyway. And so we don't necessarily need to decide what to archive or what not to archive today. It's really more about sequencing.
So then we just want to combine, correct? Does anybody make a motion to approve? What we're trying to do is recommend to the Welcome Committee to combine DFTG 1305 outcome, DFTG 1309 outcome, DFTG 1325 outcome, DFTG 1315 outcome into one course. That will be the first course. Second course will be DFTG 2319, and third course will be DFTG 1345. Does anybody make a motion to approve that? Does anybody second that? Approve, it moves forward? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Yeah, moves forward. Thank you.
Did you do opposed? Did you do opposed?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you supported this. I thought you were the one that came up with it.
Down to one class.
No. Yeah, I'll
I think we're gonna pull it for-
pull it up as
during lunch.
during.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24 hours.
So we can have it.
And,
So we can say that we have the technical part of it done. Then next we will concentrate on the architectural part of it.
Well, I guess the next question is, are there any other courses that should be in the technical core?
I'm sorry, can you just, we just voted right now on the 5 courses at the bottom, right? But did we make a decision about 1325 and 1315?
Oh, yeah.
Those courses won't be affected.
Those are just going to stay
They're going to stay in the WECM.
with both of them.
Right. Unless the WECM committee or WECM review changes it, but we're not recommending anything about those 2 courses.
Even though at the last meeting we had recommended that they combine them. We're now going back on that?
Well,
But, I mean, if we're going to make a recommendation, I would recommend to the WECM committee that they just combine those 2 courses
Yeah, those two.
instead of leaving both of them
Right.
hanging out in the catalog.
right, so that will be
The
the
generic
recommendation.
plan reading?
Yeah.
I was thinking that it won't be in
It's
the,
not part of the core, right? We're not, and I agree with that, but we are still recommending that those two courses get combined to one.
That's right.
Okay.
And, y'all, we are in the process of changing the way WECM has functioned in the past. And in the past, the WECM has been a field-driven process sponsored by Perkins Funding. We are actively working to onboard the WECM committee to where become a standing board committee, and we briefed y'all on the composition of our board committees and how our board committees function and all that kind of stuff. And as part of that conversation, we're looking at some protocols to where WECM will begin to function with protocols more like the ACGM, where usage and other kind of things will be considered. And in essence, as y'all are saying, these are, at least what I'm hearing, y'all say these two courses duplicate each other. I think last time I referred to them as a Venn diagram with a 95% overlap or something like that. And so we're going to begin to address that to economize WECM, and then as I've discussed, getting more commonality in the programs around the state so students can transfer. And so it's part of it is going at this conversation from this point of view of getting groups together and looking for the commonality and the synergy. And then part of it is also going at it from the back end and reducing the number of courses as appropriate. But then nothing is going to be arbitrary. It's going to be faculty-driven. It'll be, I don't want to say consensus again, but there will be a process. And if a course is a subset or another and they're duplicates, we don't need both of them because it's confusing to business and industry, and we need to help students understand what they need to do to enter the workforce.
So if a course is not going to be on our framework or for a program of study, should we be addressing our perceived WECM issues on those courses?
If you want to make recommendations to WECM about a course or a group of courses or all of courses, you certainly can. I think right now from an efficiency, time, that kind of point of view, you really should focus more on the program of study and the sequence of courses there. And, if you start picking up, as I discussed a minute ago, about defining various pathways, various specialties, whatever direction y'all are going, if you need to say, well, this course would be perfect if it said this or that, or if these two courses were merged together somehow or another, if those comments as appropriate, yes. But just to go down the WECM course inventory and say electromechanical drafting needs to be archived, we're not looking at that. Yeah.
So just to clarify, a second ago, you all said that you're recommending the combination of 1325 and 1315. However, at the same time, you're not going to include those courses on your program of study. The people nodding, okay.
But the objectives for that course.
And combine.
Objectives with 1305.
Okay. Is that right? Okay.
If I could make a suggestion, Gary had mentioned possibly coming up with our own frameworks for the different specialty fields. So if is that something we can think about while we're eating lunch and then come back and have discussion points where we've selected the courses based on Gary's recommendation?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's only for architecture. That's what we're trying to do next, right? Well, what I understand out of general is just technical drafting. When
Well,
you say-
I think general drafting can be considered possibly, if you have a degree that gives you a little bit of architecture, gives you a little bit of piping, gives you a little bit of
I don't see
mechanical.
nobody from industry representing piping and sheet metal and welding.
Well, we're not talking about the technical specialty of those courses. We're talking about a general drafting associate degree that would include, this is my thinking, that would include multiple subject areas.
Yes.
Because I don't have an architecture associate degree, and I'm never going to have an architecture associate degree. I have a drafting associate degree where I teach architecture classes, I teach piping classes, I teach general drafting classes, I teach mechanical classes, and that is what I'm seeing as a general drafting degree.
I agree with
Mr. Beals,
that.
can you verify, can you explain that one? What do you mean by generals exactly?
Well, it's zip codes again, and they'll trip you every time. You know, and you know, I'm trying to go back in my memory from the larger committee. You know, this is a subcommittee of a larger committee, and they tackled drafting and design as a whole, didn't they, Elizabeth?
Yes, however, if you look on the notes from the last meeting, we divided, this committee was charged with, I think, 5 or 6 SIP codes, specific areas, and then the subcommittee decided that there was actually only 2 areas of consideration, kind of removing the SIP codes and just looking at the study. That were decided, it was general drafting and architecture,
Right. And,
or architectural drafting.
but, see, part of this, you know, as I said, zip codes trip us up again, and I think Derek's comment is technically correct, because most schools, or maybe I should say some schools, offer more of a general drafting degree because they don't have a large enough student population to do a general drafting that's designed to turn out a job candidate that knows a little bit about several different programmatic areas. So as you said, a couple architectural courses, a couple of mechanical courses, a couple of maybe, you know, system courses, whatever. And then some schools have more of an architectural program that is specific, and then perhaps TSTC, perhaps you'll have something that's just more mechanical. But you know, that doesn't preclude you from looking at a course just because it has a different zip code. I mean, we can have a conversation and try to figure out how to piece this together. So, SIP, as I said earlier, zip codes shouldn't be a determinant of a course. And even a lot of the zip code conversation goes back, I think, to kind of a SACS accreditation conversation and faculty credentialing and that kind of stuff. And, you know, obviously if a person has only been an architectural drafting or whatever, well, perhaps they're not qualified to do mechanical refineries or something, but that's not the determinant. That's not the process we're doing today. That's the institution who needs to decide if the faculty is qualified or not. But if it's appropriate to have a mechanical course in the sequence, you can have that conversation.
Elizabeth, one question, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't we create subcommittees at the committee level, subcommittees to handle civil drafting and mechanical drafting and so on?
You all recommended, you all made a, excuse me. You all decided that you were going to make a recommendation to the larger Program of Study Advisory Committee that they create subcommittees with those focuses. Yes.
And yeah, again, that was to address the issue you mentioned before, someone mentioned before about there's no piping drafting people, industry people here. There's no electronic drafting industry people here. So each of those subcommittees will have somebody from each of those, you know, specific industries to help guide their discussions.
Well, one thing though, we have Exxon coming. We also have Raven Petro coming. We've got down in Corpus Christi, piping and process technology, I mean, I have to do a waiting list for the pipe drafting.
You're part of that subcommittee?
No, but
No?
that's what we have there.
Can you sign up for the subcommittee?
No, I wish I had. But then I'd be coming up here multiple times. But we're booming down there with piping, electrical, and even architectural and construction. So,
We can talk later. So do you have those courses in your curriculum now?
yes, actually, we've created a technical drafting associate's degree that has a mechanical in it. It also has pipe drafting. It also has architecture in there. And it has mechanical, all of that in there already. The only component that I see that we need to add in there that we haven't is the electrical part. But we have all that in our associate's degree.
Okay, so it's kind of a broad,
It's kind of like what we're doing, what he suggested, what we're already doing here.
okay. Okay, I guess I also want to recommend when we're at lunch, another handout you have, again, this is the curriculum outlines. It starts with Alvin Community College. They're just in alphabetical order. Kind of look through and see what other colleges are offering in the form of associate degrees in drafting. They all have different names, and a lot of them have different specializations, but to just kind of give you an idea of what kind of things we want to talk about this after lunch, about which specializations are actual, standalone specializations, and which ones just could be incorporated into a general drafting with a few courses of each topic or different topics. So just kind of a little light reading material while you're at lunch.
If we could maybe poll the colleges and, in essence, who has a general drafting degree made up of, if I understood Bob correctly, a little bit of everything, and Derek, a little bit of everything, and then who has very specific AASs, meaning architectural and/or other things. So maybe if we can just go around the room.
Well, we do have an architecture transfer degree that will transfer to the universities. Then we have an architecture technical specialization. It includes the drafting, but it also includes those components of construction and architecture. And then we have the technical drafting degree that includes all of what we've discussed here, plus the piping, the mechanical, and the architecture, and some construction in there. And we provide the classes for the backgrounds as far as structural drafting, residential drafting, and things like that as well. But in order with the transfers, with the architecture, what we've created is a certificates, because they only allow for 60 hours. And so they need to know this knowledge in the architecture transfer degree, but it's not necessarily a DFTG is not necessarily taught at the architecture schools and universities. So we want to make sure that they have that background, because when you go in there, they're going to expect you to know CAD regardless.
Our program is kind of similar to Del Mar. We offer both the DFTG technical workforce courses, but we also offer the ARCH architectural transfer courses. So we do have students that transfer to architecture schools at the university level. But for our technical degrees, we have several awards. We have Associate of Applied Science degrees. Yeah, we have a lot. Yeah. So we have an interdisciplinary AAS, which is basically like kind of what we're talking about, a generalist. And we have, kind of foundational drafting courses, and then architecture, civil, mechanical, electronic combined in that. And then we also have AAS degrees for each of the disciplines. So architecture, civil, mechanical, electronic. We also are maybe only the only school in the state that does IC layout, integrated circuit layout design, just because of where we are. And so we have an award for that. as well. And then we have several certificates kind of leading up to those awards, but those are our main associate degree programs.
And we have the little bit of everything AAS.
Yes, we have a technical degree, covers the architectural aspect of civil, surveying, mechanical, GIS, GPS, surveying, all in one degree.
We have a general degree, just as Midland and Austin Community College. But within our degree, we also have a machine shop program that's part of our certificate. So we do MCHN and DFTG. We do a little bit of ARCE. We do a little bit of architectural courses, but within our district, we have another school, El Centro, that we send the students to that is actually linked with UTA if they want to transfer and be an architect. But within our degree, we have a certificate that is geared towards architecture, but it is more technical. And we also have a certificate that is, we have a certificate that is geared towards civil.
We offer associate degrees in construction and architecture. We have no technical certificates or programs. We maintain articulation agreements with Texas A&M and Texas Tech, whereas our courses are again, matched against theirs and one-to-one and go through. But the impact of this would be us looking at creation of a WECM construct where we would offer technical certificates as well, if not associates, and begin to move into more workforce-related constructs.
We offer 2 basic pathways. One of them is architectural with the visual aspect, so focusing on like 3D printing, more presentational skills. And then the other pathway is more on civil drafting.
At Laredo Community College, we have a general degree in drafting, and we can offer to students, again, that's the Associates of Applied Science. We offer a 1-year certificate, a 1.5-year certificate, and then we offer occupational skills award. And the skill awards are, for example, architectural, GIS, another one is 3D modeling, and then just a general one for the dual enrollment students.
At the Killeen Career Center, of course, we are high school level. And, I've been listening to everything everyone's been tossing back and forth. We, of course, in the high school use what's called Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. And we've been arguing about these first 4 courses up here, and that's all included in one set of TEKS for any of our courses. So I am going to add that I don't think those should be 4 separate courses. They should all be part of one course. And, I teach architectural design. And, of course, they're learning how to read blueprints and things like that. We have other teachers that teach welding, construction. Blueprint reading is part of their Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, but it's not a course by itself. Okay? So I think we're kind of getting confused with individual student expectations and courses overall, because you could actually include all of these expectations in one course, and I don't understand either how we're worried about how our decision will affect other programs, because if they want to use these courses, I don't see why they should not. I'm thinking we're talking about architectural drafting, so I would actually take all 4 of those courses completely out and make a whole new course that covers all of those student expectations.
College of Mainland has just the general AAS degree. And I guess just reviewing some of the stuff that we got, Sanjak in the Houston area has 4 different associate's degrees: civil, structural as one, design graphics, petro, industrial, and architectural civil. Houston Community College has 7, beating Austin by 1. architectural, piping, civil, electrical, general CAD, general drafting, and mechanical. And looking at this, Tarrant has 2, architectural and architectural technology. South Texas has 2, architectural visualization and plain architectural. Lee College has 2, drafting and process piping. So it seems to me that the vast majority, there's just a few schools that have a slew of degrees, but the vast majority of the drafting programs in the state have the general degree program. So, and if we're trying to occupy or use 45 credits with the remaining 15 to be general studies, core courses required for an AAS, it seems like our core courses might want to be more than 9 credits. Because the point of this is, you imagine that somebody is living with mom or dad and they take a year somewhere and they move halfway across the state and they end up somewhere else. And it would be nice if their entire first year was portable, which is the charge of this, one of the charges of this committee.
Well, one of the things that as I listened, it's just something I listened to, sorry. One of the things that I was listening to everybody that has the colleges, all of that. Everybody has some type of a drafting class, has drafting associate certificate. So wouldn't it be kind of neat to put them together in an Excel spreadsheet and see what exactly the commonalities are of each one? And then go from there and say, wait a minute, okay, 3/4 of them have this in there. 3/4 has that. So why don't we make sure and include those as our foundational ones? And then we go to the electives and say, okay, what do we have commonality here? We've got enough people here to do some type of a data search like that, right? I mean, an idea.
Okay, a couple of comments, and yeah, I think that's what I was trying to suggest a little bit ago. But so it looks like, as was just kind of summarized, I think everybody has a general, and then a few have a bunch of specialized, is where it seems like we are. And then I think it's important just to say, again, we're not talking about architecture ARCH. Those are different courses. There's an architecture field of study group working separately, and so that's a transfer pathway. And so there's not really conversation about blending them. And perhaps there's a little bit of a conversation I don't want to go too far into. If we're offering students ARCH courses and DFTG courses and telling them they're going to transfer, we're probably doing a disservice to students, because those DFTG courses are probably not going to transfer into an architecture program at a Texas public university. And so I'm not saying he may have made that as a comment, but just for clarity. But now I think we need to ask our business and industry folks that, based on the conversation that's gone on, the general type degree and the specializations, and I think Andrew said this just a minute ago, you've got 45 hours to round out the associate degree, the applied associate degree, and you've identified some level of either 9 or 12. I think there's a little bit of confusion there. What are they looking for an applicant? What should they bring to the table if you were going to ask them to hire one of your graduates? What is their expectation?
Can I ask a question first? So I heard when you guys talked about what each of your programs offer, I think I only heard one mentioned, and Andrew, you brought it up. I think it was, you were reading that it was San Jacinto had it, but is nobody teaching structural drafting at all? You do have it? You did mention it? Okay. It's part of your architecture? Okay.
Part of our civil class degree also.
Okay. I think from an architectural standpoint, when we hire, that's what we're looking for, is somebody that has that well-rounded background, that knows almost, not a specific amount about any of those disciplines necessarily, but enough about all of them.
Sorry, I made a list of things that when I'm interviewing, my expectation is of a new hire, okay? One is they have to know the software. We are now a Revit office, have been for the past 3 years. We want them to have some training in Revit or something that is closely related to BIM, some kind of BIM software, which is what Revit is. They've got to be able to visualize. That is, they've got to be able to take a sketch that I produce and turn it into a drawing. So they've got to be able to visualize what it is that they're trying to draw, taken from a sketch. It is a plus to us if they can do any kind of three-dimensional representation. It's a big plus if they can do that, because so much of what we do is now three-dimensional. If someone comes to us and they only have CAD knowledge, they're not a candidate. They're a no hire. And not related to that, we get into some personality things too. But as far as technical skills, that's what we're looking for in someone. Now, we want some examples of their work. We want them to bring something. They can bring it electronically or they can bring it hard copy, doesn't matter. But that's our expectation.
I would agree with that completely. Walter, Beck is the same way. And the reason I brought up structural as a discipline as well is when we're looking for partners in our consultants, we're looking for that same thing. The first people we'll pair up with when we go for a project is a consultant that's capable of using BIM technology as well.
We understand, and it takes a new hire that we bring on. It takes, I've never seen it take less than 6 months, sometimes up to about a year before they're kind of in the groove on how we operate. We have them work with someone that's already trained, and closely, and we give them lots of examples on the way we do it in our office. So they have a lot to kind of pick up and follow, to look at as examples. But they've got to have those minimum skills before they're even considered.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch, about 30 minutes. Do your homework while you're eating your lunch.
Announce on a return time. I've got 11:54.
Yeah.
So are you going to reconvene at 24 or are you going to do 30?
We'll reconvene at 12:30.
12:30.
Is there one
Well, I guess next item of business, we need to decide what's coming next. Talking to Ms. Steele, we have two options. One, it's concentrating and finishing the general drafting field study, or just concentrate on the architectural drafting field study. What do we want to do? Any suggestions?
I would suggest just finishing the general so that we can have something done. I don't know how everybody feels about that.
Need to accomplish something.
Let me ask this. So when we talked about before the lunch break, that we were sending back to the Architecture and Construction Program and Study Committee that to create these other civil or mechanical or electrical subcommittees to talk about this, are they going to be working off of our same technical core? Or are they going to be reinventing the wheel?
Yeah, the thought process is, or once we start getting a core identified, the core will be the core. But then part of the conversation, as we do other subcommittees, will be how many programs are there? You know, and as you know, this sampling of community colleges, most of you said that you have one degree, with a few exceptions. And so I guess the question is, at what point is it most economically viable for us to tackle, you know, perhaps civil and or others? But right now, that's just kind of a starting point. As we invest our time and efforts and the time and effort of the institutions, we need to be able to make impact. And so Arlene said that they had the only semiconductor chip design program in the state. You know, as an example, that probably isn't ever going to be a subcommittee because, you know, there's not much benefit there. But yeah, we certainly are trying to move forward, not constantly just reinvent the same thing and let another group start, if that answers your question.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, so we agree that we're going to concentrate on the general drafting and field study then. I guess we need to decide what specialties are we going to be including into this general drafting field study. Any suggestions?
So I think maybe we should, you know, based on everybody's conversation, we all have, or most of us have, a degree that is a little bit of everything. So let's grab that little bit of everything. So we know the piping, for instance, there are two piping classes. There is pipe drafting and advanced pipe drafting. So pipe drafting, I think, at that point should be a specialty field. Part of the general, right.
So we're saying piping one of them?
Pipe drafting,
Pipe drafting, DFTG 2323.
Well, and for the general, I mean, I don't know what everyone else thinks about this, but I almost wonder if there needs to be subcommittees, because we're basically going to be picking just the introductory course, I think, from multiple disciplines. But, you know, I don't know how deep that we need to get into each field. I think the main thing is just including a variety of specializations so that it fits with a kind of a generalist approach.
Me personally, I would like to see architectural, mechanical, and civil.
I had a question before we start. When we do this, are we trying to fill up the entire 45, or are we doing a certain number and leaving room for electives?
That's your ceiling.
45 is the ceiling.
No, I'm saying, are we trying to fill that up entirely, or are we trying to leave room for elective courses?
I think the general idea for program of study is that we want individual colleges to have enough flexibility to offer electives. So what we're really just looking for are what are the minimum that colleges need to teach.
Now, it's if electives are appropriate, you know, that should be a conversation. but it's not the minimum. I mean, if it's the minimum, we pick out 3 hours and call it good, and we go golf this afternoon or something.
Maybe by minimum, I meant the least number of courses that every college would be required, whether that's 30 hours or 40 hours. But
And
I don't mean a minimum as in just one course.
I guess I was just asking that before we start, so I would know, I guess, a general idea. Are we trying to leave room for electives? I guess that was a yes or no question. Okay.
Yes.
So before break, Bob mentioned we could look at what the existing community colleges offer in drafting. And last time, you guys provided us a data sheet, and I sort of grabbed the top 10. The number one is basic CAD with 1,205 students enrolled over the last 3 years. The second is technical at 940. The third is intermediate at 531. The fourth is blueprint reading. The fifth is architectural drafting residential. The sixth is solid modeling. The seventh is mechanical drafting. The eighth is advanced CAD. The ninth is pipe drafting, and the 10th is parametric drafting.
Now, remember, when we took these were the classes that had the most students enrolled in them. And it was the one that was the most active, those were. Okay?
And the 10 would be basically 30 credits, and that's totally arbitrary.
Right, but again, as you were reading those, there was some overlap.
Yes.
So I guess the idea or the concept is that these are the courses that, again, most students take. So these would probably be courses we want to consider as part of either the core or the technical specialty.
Well, currently, we only have 12 semester credit hours in the core. I mean, as we've outlined.
Actually,
nine, sorry. Nine, sorry. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay, 9. And then if there's some, kind of target number that we're trying to hit as far as semester credit hours, then maybe we could figure out if there are, 5 slots or, like 5 3-credit hour courses in the specialty field section. I don't know how many we're kind of thinking of, but
Yeah, and we don't really have a specific number of hours or number of courses in mind, but we really just want to look at which courses do all students take, which courses do only architecture or piping students take, and then which courses do only a few students choose among.
Well, when advising our students, I have found that a lot of them take the machine drafting, the 2302, and then he spoke about pipe drafting, we do the 2323, because those two for sure we see across the board in colleges and universities using those. Those two for sure. Now we can use those, or we can.
When you say machine drafting, that's mechanical, right?
Yeah, it's the mechanical, and it is mechanical drafting, yes, 3D modeling, all that, but it's to the machine drafting is what the.
Does anybody teach us electrical mechanical? Do you feel that should be part of the general drafting field study?
Well, I think that there are definitely things that are regional. I mean, we have a big state, so something like piping is really common, but we don't offer it at all because there just are no piping jobs in Austin. And so that's something that tends to be like West Texas, Gulf Coast, So, I mean, I would say we probably would want to leave enough room for, what people tend to offer regionally. But if we're going to require it in the program of study, my understanding is that it will be you will have to include all of those courses in the program of study. I made kind of a cursory list. Now, this is not saying to put them in, but just things that are kind of general topics: mechanical, architectural, civil, electrical, electronic, industrial, and then maybe whatever, you regionally tend to offer. Oh, and also advanced CAD. I don't know how many people do advanced CAD, but advanced CAD could build on that sequence of introductory, intermediate, and then advanced, possibly, and then get discipline specific after that.
Well, just to throw some specialties I got so far on my list: piping, mechanical, architectural, civil, industrial. And you mentioned electronics or electrical mechanic, electronics? Electrical?
I'm going to say, like, to Erlene's point, they don't have piping jobs in Austin, Texas. We don't have electrical jobs in West Texas. I couldn't even get a teacher for that. Like, that is not an option for me, as piping may not be an option for Austin Community College.
Can we leave that as electives, and then each region will fit in some courses to satisfy their partners and stuff like that?
I mean, one other option we can think about is we could provide a list of however many 8 courses and say take 4 or 5, whatever you want to say. So 4 or 5 of the following. So that will give the flexibility to. But I mean, I just threw out those numbers. It's I guess up to the committee to decide, what all courses you want to include, and then how much of the program of study, how many hours of the program of study would be from that list of courses.
Well, and, at some point, as we look at the efficiency of this group moving forward in time, if grouping a bunch of courses together and saying, pick 5 of these and 5 of those, and, pick 1 from this 5 and 1 from this 5 and 1 from that 5, and we list all of the existing course inventory again, then all we've really done is say, pick your electives from here. As Andrew suggested a minute ago, and he named off 10 courses, that's about 30 hours. If 30 hours is the sequence that everybody shares and has in common, then the rest of it is electives. Going in and putting pipe and electromechanical, and I don't know, whatever Midland has, underwater welding or whatever. And putting them in groups and trying to accommodate the regions are going to do that anyway. And so that's probably work that we don't need to tackle. So if it is 30, if it is 36, and then it's the electives or whatever that rounds it out to accommodate the refineries and that kind of stuff. But then, as Andrew said, and I think all of you said before lunch, you all said I have this general, and it's composed of architecture, mechanical, I remember structural being discussed. So if there's 2 courses here, 2 courses there, 2 courses there, whatever all those things are, it seems like you should have conversation about those, possibly list those, and then see where you are from a total hour point of view, and then maybe the rest is electives or whatever.
Andrew, can you, and you were about to speak, and I apologize, can I hear that list again?
Oh, sure. Basic CAD was the #1 offering, then technical, then the 3 go. Intermediate was 3rd. Blueprint reading was 4th. 5th was architectural drafting residential. 6th was solid modeling. 7th was mechanical. The one 333 class, not to be confused with the other mechanical.
Machine 2302.
Machine drafting. Number 8 was advanced, number 9 was pipe, and number 10 was parametric. So we've already included parametric in the list. We combined the top number 1, number 2, and number 4. And I guess that was my concern earlier, that where there's a lot of content area in those 3 courses that we just combined to cover in 64 contact hours or whatever a 3-credit-hour class would be. But I think, Elizabeth, maybe we could type what David said so we can all see it. I think that a lot of us are visual people, and it would help us process.
Okay, I'll do that, but we'll need to talk slowly because I type slow. What was the first thing you said? A course?
Oh, the first one? The first course, the ones that were approved already? Or?
No, for the electives.
Oh, for the electives, well, somebody mentioned piping.
I had 2323 and 2302. Pipe drafting 2323.
Sorry.
What are we doing?
Are you?
So
I'm all done
I think
today.
he mentioned pipe, structural, civil, mechanical, and advanced.
We covered structural, piping, mechanical, architectural, civil, industrial, and electrical.
Okay, that's
Okay.
that's a lot of words.
Okay,
No,
Four.
I'll go back to.
We'll go slow.
One at a time.
Okay.
So, not pipe drafting? Or are we not
Can we-
listing the
he
course?
included that on the initial list, and then we've had a discussion that might be a regional
Okay.
issue that, so that might get removed from the
Well,
list
and-
eventually, or
And-
right now.
Yeah, and I guess my point, my point is, in some regions, piping would be elective, and some people, electrical would be elective. So if we just list them all,
List
and
them all,
then
then
just
we decide.
kind of, then we decide
Yeah.
Okay, so we have
So just put the,
piping or
Piping.
pipe drafting.
pipe drafting?
Is that right?
I'll just do this for now. Okay.
got structural.
Structural's a weird number that we don't have data on, ARCE
RC.
1352.
Mechanical.
Sorry. We're on that one?
1333.
Okay.
Architecture.
1317.
Civil.
2330.
2330.
We got industrial.
I don't know that there is
I'm not seeing that number.
You don't see it?
an industrial drafting course.
Ms. Clark, you teach industrial? Can you give us a course number? Oh, you don't teach industrial? Okay, you brought up that one. Oh, okay. Well, there's nobody here that represents industrial, should we?
So take that one out, or?
I don't even know what that would be.
I know, I don't see anything
Us-
matching.
It's got to do with assembly lines and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like a
Process. Electrical will be the last one.
Where would machine drafting?
Machining
fall
will
in
be, fall under mechanical.
What's electrical?
13.
Do we need a one for electrical mechanical, or does electrical take care of that?
Electrical
Well, there's
drafting.
1358 is electrical electronics, and then 1329.
All right, so we both.
Both, okay.
There's also,
So there's.
Plain
Can I
electrical.
get those
yeah,
names
there's
again?
plain electrical is 2307.
Electrical 2307?
Yes.
And then you wanted, which other one?
Electrical mechanic.
Electromechanical dash mechanical.
Got it.
That's base.
Mm-hmm.
The architectural class, the 1317, that one's the residential class. There's also an architectural class that's a commercial class. Are we,
Architecture residential? Yes. Architecture commercial?
Is anyone teaching the commercial course right now? Yes. You all are? Okay.
The residential course, if we look at the data, was offered 457 times. The architectural course was offered 204 times in the last 3 years. I mean, just that many students. Residential is much higher, 457 students took that in the last 3 years, and the other one, the commercial one, only 204. But we teach the commercial because it seems like that's more of a professional path for larger firms. That's what they want. Residential firms are usually one-man shops.
So if we look at this list and compare it to the list that Andrew gave us, some takeaways are most everybody's teaching mechanical, most everybody's teaching architectural, probably residential, but there may be some discussion there. And then advanced CAD, which is not up here, but is it up there?
No, it's not.
No, it's not up there, but it is on the list. Those three seems like they could be added, or it seems like advanced CAD maybe could be added to the core, and then, I don't know, added to the core or the specialty fields, and that would give an additional 9 hours that are courses that we're already using.
Derek, is there an intermediate and then advanced? Is it introductory,
Yes, sir, and
intermediate, and then
we already
advanced?
have, intermediate, we already have part of our core. It's that 2319 that we list as part of the
Of course, sorry.
core.
Is anyone else offering 4 credit hour options of this? Because we do. I'm just wondering if in the program of study, if this says, you offer the 3 credit hour option, you have to offer the 3 credit hour option. Is that correct?
No, that'll probably be our next question is which of these are 3-hour, which are 4-hour, because both are available. We're just using the 3-hour to get the numbers down.
Okay.
And the only issue with that would be that if you identify 45 semester credit hours with 15 3-hour courses, then your 4s are gone. Kind of like Go Fish, but you ain't got no 4s. But if you stop somewhere short of there, then the 4-hour option comes into play.
And if I understand it correctly, if colleges offer a 3-credit version and College of the Mainland offers a 4-credit version, I have to take the 3-credit version equal to the 4-credit version.
you don't have to transfer the course per se, because, normally a 3-hour course won't replace a 4. I mean, that makes sense. But you have to make the student whole. And I think statute says, no, it's not in statute. Maybe we did this in rules or something, that, if the student is X number of hours, let's say 30 hours of drafting courses, regardless of the 3-hour, 4-hour combination and that kind of stuff, you've got 15 hours of drafting left, is what you've got. Okay. And so however you work that out is up to you. And you can't say, well, I do all these 4s, so it's going to have to round out, and you're going to have 46 and plus 15 and get to the 61 and all that kind of stuff. It has to fit all the other buckets as well.
And I guess just from an accounting standpoint, right now, drafting classes are only available in 3s and 4s. So to balance the books, we would need some 1s, some variable, like a 1-credit special topics or something, to basically get everything to total to the right number.
To answer that, Andrew, in our case, we use the co-op class as 2 credits, and we use a 4-hour credit course to make equal 6 credits. So we balance out in the end.
Right. So whether you use a co-op or practicum or a special topics course, you can either use that to provide additional practice or additional skills, or capture maybe topics that the student had missed from the previous institution.
Let me ask this. What is the advantage to the college and to the student of having a 4-semester credit hour class versus a 3?
Greater number of contact hours.
That's not necessarily true.
You can do an equivalent number of contact hours, I realize, but I mean, a lot of it is however things started 35 years ago, too.
Right.
I mean,
We've always done it this way, is a piece of it. I've got that T-shirt at home. But really and truly, the 3-hour versus 4 hours is the cost to the student. Because you're paying either 3 credit hours or 4 contact hours, and then the number of contact hours that are allowable within the course. There can be some variance on the 3-hour range and 4-hour range, but normally on the upper limits. So if you're doing, you can do a 3-hour course and with 64 contact hours in it, or you can do a 4-hour course with 64 contact hours in it. You start getting up to 120 and 168 and some of those kind of conversations. The lower chart, the 3-hour chart runs out and the 4-hour chart keeps going. But, if it's a 96-hour course, you can get there from either way.
But one thing that I've also been experiencing at Del Mar College is we work with workforce, we work with financial aid. And students, if we do the 4-hour course versus the 3, what happens is, remember, they get cut off after so many hours. And they tell them, look, you've reached too many hours, and then they have to appeal it and things like that. So if the more we add to it, the more it takes away for their ability to do another class. So if we did 4 or 3 4-hour classes in here, then it takes away their ability to do an extra class in there with the financial aid paying for it. Just an idea.
Is the 3 to 4 hour thing something that's going to be prescribed at some point? Or is it everybody's going to have the choice and we just have to follow the rules or whatever that says that if the student has 30 hours, then when they come to the new college, they have 30 hours?
It's if they have 30 hours, they have 30 hours. We couldn't write rules that would solve this from an administrative point of view. You can already look at the chart and you can see the preponderance, the dominance of many people use the 3 and very few use the 4. And, you know, I think possibly over time, if the course is not being used, it might be archived anyway. But for right now, from this list, all we will do is write it up in a format of 13x29 as an example, and the X will denote that it's either a 3 or a 4, and for now we'll specify a range because it's really more about these courses. And and then that combined with everything else, everybody will have to figure out how to do it. But I think the bigger philosophical question is, if 9 out of 10 colleges in the state do it for 3, you know, why is the one doing it for 4? You know, other than we've always done it this way. But I think we're going to see a whole lot of idling of 4-hour WECM courses because of the 60 semester credit hour limitation that was imposed a couple of years ago. And, you know, y'all all had to reduce your degrees from, generally speaking, 72 to 60. And many people, the way they did it was going and changing all the 4s to a 3 and then maybe dropping a course or 2, you know, whatever you had to do to get the math to work. And so I wonder what will happen to the 4s over time. But we can't solve that right now, and maybe the next iteration of this we can solve it and say only the 3 or whatever. Okay?
So to get something written, get something decided, are there classes on this list that also appeared on Andrew's list that we're all comfortable with adding to either the core or the specialty fields? I would be comfortable, just for the sake of saying so, adding advanced CAD, architectural, residential seems like the more valid option because of the enrollment, and mechanical, either in mechanical 1333 or some other form.
Just for general, you know, purposes, I would also consider adding advanced CAD to the core courses since they're not discipline specific, and then reserving the specialty field section only for individual specializations.
I think all these are going to basically move up to that category. If we agree that they're common core courses, they're going to all move up to the box above eventually.
So does everybody agree that we should make advanced CAD 2332 part of this list to satisfy the score? We make a motion to?
Can I just ask one more question? How many here are offering advanced CAD right now? And what do you teach mainly in that course?
In my case, I get into the more advanced, like we don't have a GD&T course. That's where we offer geometric dimension tolerances, fits and allowances. We go over fasteners and gears and cams. It's going to come down to more advanced stuff. Yeah.
Wow. In our case, what I do is I normally take every question a student calls me with who's got a job and says, hey, I didn't know how to do this, and I incorporate an advanced version of that into that course. So and then we do a lot of GD&T and a lot of little things that we couldn't touch in other courses, but it is a combination of every course for the first half. Then the second half, we just have the student, if they like architecture, if they like Revit, if they're doing CNC, they do a specialty project based on whatever they really want to go into.
We basically use it as another 3D class that's all in AutoCAD, not anything, not Revit or Inventor.
Okay. I don't know if it's something that needs to be addressed. Oh, am I interrupting?
Well, I was going to say on our end, we teach it with Inventor. Again, the software is what you want to use, but it's mainly machine parts, similar to other colleges.
And just to be clear, y'all are talking about 2332, right? Because there's a final project advanced drafting class. That's 2338. That one, we do offer the students do a final project, but we don't offer, we offer it in place of the advanced computer-aided drafting. But y'all are talking about 2332, right?
And just to point out on the 2332, the WECM says used a customized CAD system to create documents and/or solid models and use OLE with external software. So, you know, what I heard was AutoCAD, Inventor, you know, all not customized, not really fitting necessarily the WECM, but would all fit, I think, well in the probably final project class, the 2338 maybe, but.
Well, and Derek, what does customized software mean? Because it seems to me that all of the packages that are being discussed, you know, I mean, I don't want us to get hung up on a course because it has one word in the description. And I mean, to me, my background is computer science, and customized programming means something that's designed for a single business to run a single specific thing. And I doubt if there's anything in the CAD world that exists like that. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. So what does it mean by customized software application or whatever?
I mean, that's a really good question. But if, you know, what I was reading is, you know, if it's a standard package that, or standard something that we're teaching in another class, then is that custom? Is that customized?
Okay, one of the things that I've discovered is I went up to Boeing to find out what kind of CAD software they use, and they use CATIA. They don't use AutoCAD, they use CATIA to specially design their planes, their seats, everything like that. And then I go to other places. Every semester we have two meetings with a forum that comes in of everybody that uses SolidWorks, okay? And SolidWorks is a more advanced type of software than Inventor. It puts it in motion, it puts it, it shows you all the stresses and all of that kind of stuff. So maybe the advanced is more in a way of not teaching just one platform, but those platforms that are specialized to those particular fields. Maybe.
I think that this course description is somewhat dated, or the outcomes are somewhat dated. A customized CAD system, you can customize your ribbons with individual routines. The Lisp, writing any Lisp program. The OLE is still available, though, you know, it's sort of not, you use a data link or something else, preferably to an OLE. So I guess that's sort of my interpretation, that's how I get to the outcome of customized.
My purpose of bringing it up was to say maybe there should also be a recommendation to readdress the outcomes of advanced CAD if we're going to use it in our technical core.
Well, if we do go with what he was talking about, when I was working with the engineering firm, I had to learn how to do all the menus. When we got onto a new refinery, it was my job to learn how to input all the specs, all the blocks, all the data points, and I had to learn how to write list routines, as well as making customized blocks with data. And so this advanced class is an advanced type of CAD learning. It's not, oh, draw a line, draw this, draw that. This is more of learning the intricacies of doing a specialized for each little project type thing.
I'm not arguing with that, but I'm going to point out that there is a 2x32 course that is, I'm sorry, that's the wrong number, 2x36 that is computer-aided drafting programming, which would be like the list routines or API functionality with Visual Studio and that sort of stuff. So
Should we use that one then?
I don't know that that should be a part of our technical core. I think that's a very specialized area that would drive a lot of people away. But I think advanced drafting or advanced CAD is a appropriate class for the core. But when we put it in the core, I think we also need to readdress the outcomes. So can we go ahead and add that to our core and do whatever we need to do to say that we want to address those outcomes?
Does anybody want to make a motion to add Advanced CAD 2332? And we're going to recommend that we modify the outcome. Look into the customization of the software, maybe rewrite that. Does anybody make a motion for that? Seconds? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Oh, all in favor?
I'm like, I can only do
All in
one or the
favor?
other. Motion, like,
Motion, second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Want to move it to the core?
Moves forward. That's 4 classes, 12 credit hours.
To do it because it's 33 left.
Okay, to move forward, do we want to select the next specialty? I guess everybody will agree mechanical architecture will be the next one.
I would say and solid modeling because it's on Andrew's list of the most common courses.
I guess it's hard to know. Parametric and solid modeling are on the list. Parametric's number 10, solid modeling's number 6. And if you want to be data-driven, you would go pull everybody's and compare whether basically every school has a 3D modeling and they choose one of those 2 courses or they offer both of them. Who knows if those are sort of they overlap.
Okay, in our original discussion, we said that it would be parametric modeling or solid modeling. This is from last meeting. And do you still want that? The other suggestion was if we change the zip code for parametric modeling, that would cover solid modeling sufficiently. Or do you want to include the or solid modeling in the core?
I don't like ors.
I thought we had decided already on parametric modeling already.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So solid modeling is, I guess, replaced by parametric modeling.
Unless you had it as a mechanical course in the specialty fields. I mean, we teach solid modeling as a mechanical course, but, you know, other people
Right, but you
might.
teach both parametric and solid modeling?
No.
Just one or the other? Okay, so,
But we also teach 1333, 1433 as the mechanical drafting course. I mean, that was number 7 on the list, that mechanical drafting course. I don't know if we're looking at the specialty
Okay.
field section, but
right, I think if it's taught by every college, then it could be under the core, but from what I heard, it's not taught at every college. So it would be under specialty, which is where it is now.
But if we put it in the program of study,
Everybody gets it.
yeah.
We heard you.
Okay, so I kind of derailed that, and I apologize. So mechanical and architectural are those 2 classes that we're comfortable putting in the specialty fields that for the general drafting courses, because generally speaking, most everybody teaches those 2.
Make a motion?
Well, do you need to discuss it,
Do we need to discuss further on this?
or do you want to make a motion?
so, yeah, for mechanical, are you proposing the 1333?
Yes.
1333 because it's more used. I don't have 1333. I use 2302, but I will make the necessary change to teach what I need to teach. Sure. That, not worried about that.
Okay, does anybody make a motion to incorporate architectural and mechanical to the list of specialties?
Architectural, mechanical?
Architectural and mechanical, yes, and mechanical drafting.
Which-
1317.
13, I'm like, which architecture?
Yeah.
That's why I was like.
No, it will be the architectural residential, right? And mechanical. Does anybody?
I'll say I motion to have mechanical drafting 1333 and architectural drafting residential 1317 added to the specialty field for the framework.
Does anybody second that?
To the specialty or to the core? Or just,
Specialty.
All in favor? Say aye. 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 Oppose?
For the general drafting, it'll be in the specialty.
You got that, Ms. Steele? All in favor, again? Aye. Right, keep your hand. Oh, oppose?
you're laughing at me.
Okay, moves forward.
So could we have a discussion about the electrical, mechanical, electronics? Is there a way that we could sort of boil those down to having one class that would fit everybody as like maybe the basic electrical 2307? Thoughts?
That is a class in my area that I would have a difficult time with finding an instructor and putting people in the classes. I don't know of a lot of need for that in my area. So for me, that would be like piping is for Austin Community College and would have to be an elective.
If I may interject as well, your electrical mechanical typically refers to architectural or construction-related constructs where you're dealing with large power systems and those types of things, switches, and well, that's from our standpoint. And so from that's what we would need, power systems. From the electronic standpoint, you're talking about diodes and such and transformers on a micro scale in terms of power. So I don't know how you can blend those two well and keep it there.
There's also a whole other course that's mechanical and electrical systems, but basically in the architectural section. So, I mean, I haven't even brought that up, but it's an MEP course for architecture, but.
MEP. Okay.
But I didn't see, is it on the list? We don't,
It's in the course inventory, but I haven't brought it up here, because I feel like it's not.
but it would be, I would say, I would love to make sure we bring it up for the architectural. Yeah.
So if we don't do those three, does everyone offer civil and structural?
I offer civil, and we do place a lot of students in that industry, so I would like to at least get an elective where I can teach some civil courses. Maybe somebody else can use piping or whatever. But leave a little gap there so we can accommodate our partners.
Does anyone not teach civil?
If that's the case, then civil should be part of the list.
I guess I'd like to make a motion that civil is included in the specialty list.
Second.
Okay.
Early.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Moves forward.
May we have the same discussion about structural? How many people offer that?
The only thing is we teach it on the architectural, so I don't know if that applies mainly for architectural. I know it can apply for civil or mechanical.
That's a weird, that's like the one class in the drafting curriculum that's not a DFTG prefix. It's just has an odd prefix. But that's still a workforce course. The ARC, it's still totally workforce. It's not ACGM.
Maybe it should be part of the core.
It's on the ACGM or on the WECM? Oh, okay.
If you look at the history of that course, sometime in the last 15 years, it was changed from a DFTG prefix to its own little prefix. Under architectural, I don't know why. It was moved like 15 years ago.
Any idea, Dwayne?
Well, there are some universities that will accept ARCE prefix courses for transfer. So we are able to transfer structural and MEP to some schools because they're ARCE, which is like the architectural engineering prefix. And I don't know if maybe that's why that distinction was made, but I know that it has helped us with.
That is the case with us, and that's why we try to bring a lot of RC courses for that same reason, so they can transfer to other universities.
What universities transferring them? I mean, are they transferring them into?
Well, I mean, UTRGV, Texas A&M Kingsville, they look at them, and sometimes they give us credit. For the RC, instead of DFTG, it's ARCE.
So into some kind of construction management?
Yeah, some bachelors on a technical field, something like that.
Okay.
Sometimes in an engineering program, they'll give engineering elective credit.
I'd like to add, if we're going to really make this really comprehensive, mechanical drafting, specifically talking about mechanical systems and buildings, is a specialty. It's a specialty in terms of the industry. So I would argue that I'd like to propose that we add it to the list, mechanical drafting.
It's on the list now.
But are we not talking about, we never voted in, everybody's voting in these concepts. I want to make sure we include it and keep it.
That was just the last motion. No, the last one was first.
So then the electrical mechanical drafting then is really just a repeat of, I didn't see the first one.
Mechanical drafting, 1333.
The ones with yes are
is the
included.
study of mechanical drawings using dimensions, tolerancing, sectioning techniques, orthographic projections, and pictorial drawings. It is not mechanical systems drafting.
Got it.
So I reiterate my motion. Again, we're talking about competencies, so it's not a course that we currently teach. It would be a proposal of a new course.
Course 2335 is Advanced Technology in Mechanical Design and Drafting, which seems thermal analysis, loads and constraints. It seems like HVAC design.
When we offer ARCE 2352, which is MEP systems, or it's, yeah, I don't think it's.
And so I'd like to motion that we add 2335 to the list.
Which one? Sorry? ARCE?
Is this for general or for architectural?
No, this is for a specialty under general. There's a missing element in the industry for mechanical drafters, for a mechanical system, HVAC, and that people can get a specialty and find jobs.
My interpretation of the 2335 class is more finite element analysis, stress analysis, having nothing to do with any sort of.
Again, my colleague recommended that. I'm simply saying there needs to be a mechanical systems drafting class for HVAC systems. Whether we find a course that matches or not, I'm simply asking that we include the skill to the list.
Can we have that on the architectural part of it, or it needs to be on the general? Because we teach it on the architectural. Will that satisfy you? I mean, if we offer that on the architecture, once we start talking about the architecture,
I would argue that an architectural drafting course does not even teach or touch mechanical systems drafting nor layout.
No, but I think we're talking about just for the general program of study versus the architectural program of study. I think that's probably an appropriate course for the architectural program of study, but for the general drafting program of study, I would say that gets a little hyper specialized in terms of like the list that we're currently looking at. But I'd say it's definitely appropriate for the architectural program of study.
So again, I reiterate, architects do not do mechanical drawings of mechanical systems, maybe on a residential level, but not on a commercial level. They do not even dare touch it. It's an engineered system.
That's fine, but I still don't think that it would be appropriate for a general draft.
Can we call it to a vote? It's not open for debate in this way. If we say no, we say no. That way we get on. Again, I reiterate, I would like to motion to add mechanical systems drafting to the list. That was done 10 minutes ago.
Got a motion, anybody seconds that? Opposed?
Okay, kind of a previous discussion we were having, and I'm not sure if we ever resolved it, was the structural drafting, ARCE. Did we decide to include that or not include it in the list of specialty courses?
Well, I feel that it should be part of the core, now that we're talking about structural drafting. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I would say based, the core that we have so far completely segregated from any particular industry, where a structural course would be specific to not a particular industry, but is more specialized. If we are to include it, I would say that's where it goes. We don't offer anything like that at Midland College, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be. So it kind of scares me to add that.
And
but,
Mike,
you know,
well, engineer seems to require that one in my community, so.
Do you
How do you
currently
guys feel?
offer it with your, like, do you have a general, your AAS, do you offer structural with that?
It's more for architectural, but we do offer that.
'Cause in our interdisciplinary degree, we do not include structural, but we do include it in the architectural AAS. I mean, I would almost tend to say that it's more toward the architectural side if we're going to go architectural program of study, that I would definitely include it on that, but I would tend to take it off of this list only because I think it's more specialized to architecture, but I'm open to.
Okay, as long as we do it on the architectural, it will be okay with me. We can put it to a vote in a little while.
Well, there is structural engineering that's done that architects never see and are never involved with, quite a lot. There are a lot of engineers, I'm just talking about the profession now, a lot of engineers that are registered civil engineers that do structural engineering. Nothing wrong with that. Their training is such that they can do that. There are architectural engineers, total separate division, just like there are aeronautical engineers, same kind of thing. Now, I understand those are the professions. Now, what's going through my mind, and actually it relates a little bit back to what Keith was talking about a while ago, if someone wants, you have a student who wants to do structural drafting, he probably is going to find that through that list of architectural courses, that specialty for structural, for civil, for mechanical, because all of it kind of falls generally at an associate's degree level. It probably falls under something that architects are involved with. If he's talking about a professional degree, it's out of the realm of our discussion. He's talking about an engineering school that he would transfer to, I would assume, or start in originally, either one. But as far as these courses, they probably, a new student starting out looking, and he probably wouldn't even know that he wants to do structural drafting or do civil drafting or do mechanical drafting. But I would think that he would start looking in that architectural specialization and not look at a general specialization for those type courses. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, so far we have mechanical drafting, we have architectural, and we got civil drafting as the specialties.
do we need to decide what electives will be an option, or will it be an anything else type of, if it's not a technical core, not a specialty, then it's an elective?
That's usually left up for the institution to decide based on their local area needs.
Okay, so we don't have to fill in anything for the specific courses like on the framework?
Right.
Okay.
Right, unless we decided we wanted to make a list, but we don't have to. Yeah.
So out of these other courses, just these three then, basically? We'll stay on the specialty, or?
Yes, I'm looking at if we offer, let's say we just offer 3 courses per specialty, that will give us 9 courses, and that will leave us 3 for
Yeah.
specialties or electives, correct?
Yeah, because I think anything beyond this starts to get pretty specific regionally. unless there's something else you can think of. I think the architectural program of study does get more specific, and we could probably make it a lot more prescriptive, but for the general, I would say that I wouldn't go too far beyond this. Because we already have the ones that we have in the core, and then these 3 specialty courses. I think that's really a good part.
What is your core number now? I mean, I think. Is the whole thing 21 or the core 21?
Focus.
21 required of everybody.
Well, for the
So if I may ask one, or I don't know if I'm asking a question or making a statement, but Walter had brought up, some skills that he wanted all graduates to have, and one of the things he said is portfolio. Is there, we have we use the 2338 final project class, and we have portfolio as part of that class, but is there a class that other people are using to generate a portfolio? And
We do the same thing on the capstone class. That's
Is that the
yeah,
2338?
that's where they got a percent
Would that
portfolio.
be a good class then to add to the core and
Yeah, we do a portfolio class. I mean, we actually do a special topics. It's 1491, but it's the same thing. We require them to create a portfolio of all their work, and we write resumes and send them on job interviews. So it's like a capstone prep class for yes.
The obvious result of that is it's something as a prospective employer, you can see some of their skills. But as a part of that, also as a prospective employer, you see what their capability is in preparing presentations, presentation material, since that's what they're doing with their own portfolio. So I think there are two advantages, not only learning about them, but also skills.
Well, I guess the beneficial thing is that it applies across the board to all disciplines. Like, we have every student in every discipline taking that class, so that, it doesn't get, any specialization, so that everyone could potentially get something out of it. But
It's a great way to summarize. Great way to summarize what you've done over your entire.
Right.
so is the DFTG 2338 class that some of us are using for a final project plus a portfolio, is that the appropriate class for that, and should we move forward with adding that to the core?
I think we should add it to the core.
So can I want a motion to add DFTG 2338 to the technical core courses. That's final project hyphen advanced drafting.
Does anybody second that?
Second.
Walter?
You got a second? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Moves forward.
So that gets added to the core.
then it gets us to 25.
Yep. Team. Or 24.
Do we want to make a request to add portfolio to the student learning outcomes?
I would second that. I mean, are you motioning?
I would like to motion to add a portfolio SLO to the DFTG 2338.
Can we read the outcomes or give us time to find them?
It just is a capstone course, I think.
I guess reading the outcomes, conceptualize, design, and present a complete project in a prescribed discipline, integrate problem-solving and related technologies to identify solutions, use discipline-specific industry standards, and produce documentation. That seems like you're drawing a project, not making a portfolio. So I wonder if we're after a portfolio course, whether we make, define a different course, a new course, or something else that fits more exactly
So maybe they should
with
do a
what
final project.
we intend.
Include a portfolio class.
I wonder, were you I'm sorry.
Well, I think maybe we, that's a good idea. Maybe we should do a portfolio and a final project. Because in ours, the final project is they have to physically make something out of material and present it. And then the portfolio is all of their works that they've completed. And a lot of them use that if they go off to universities or other schools. And so we can use, we use the final project as something other than a portfolio.
So we use our final project for both. Erlene saying that ACC, they have a specialized course for portfolio. I never imagined that creating a portfolio would be a semester-long class, but maybe it is. That's why I've tacked it onto this, because I think it's important that if I have a student going to Walter's firm and applying for a job, that they can present something, but I have no other opportunity to do it. So while they're working on their final project, that's just a part of the course, and why I motioned to add it to the outcome, so then it would no longer not be on the WECM.
Well, part of the portfolio that we've been looking at is the students know how to draw. They know how to do the modeling. They know how to do all that. But they don't know how to take the pictures. They don't know how to crop the pictures. They don't know how to use software to implement them into a portfolio. So using Adobe Photoshop and using Illustrator and even a 3D software at that point will be beneficial to them. Okay? A lot of our students are like, well, how do I do the lighting, the texture, all that within a photograph itself? And learning how to do the photo booth area, things like that. Some of them, they're crooked, some of them, they're straight, and so we incorporate that into a regular class.
Well, since we're talking about portfolios, how about a resume and stuff like that? Shouldn't that be part of that too?
Yeah, the resume is part of that because
Interview
that goes
practice
along
and stuff
with
like
it.
that, yes. All that should be part of that same course.
And the interview process and all of that should be part of that, because when they go off and they want to get a job with Walter, come on, you don't go in shorts and a T-shirt.
That's great.
You need to go in, nice pants, a dress shirt or a polo or something, and you need to present your work. A lot of times, they don't even put their work together.
I'm sorry.
We use POFT 1300, Career Exploration and Planning, for that. So that, sort of outcomes match a little bit better, I think.
We actually do something similar where in our final project, we have them create a portfolio of what they've done throughout the semesters. And then at the very end of their degree plan is a cooperative education class. And in that class, it's 3 credit hours, but they do learn the resume, the interviewing skills, they learn all that, and then they have to go and get a job and work. So
I would also say that part of what Walter was saying is maybe even along with that is a formal presentation training of how they present, maybe to their classmates. But, I mean, that would be huge to build their confidence going into an interview.
Yeah, in our final project class, they do present to like a board of judges, basically. We invite individuals from the community, and they, in addition to presenting their one project, they have like either a binder or some kind of portfolio of their work to present as well.
So they do create an actual project and everything through that. Okay, because we use ours strictly to create the project.
In my case, the portfolio consists of many projects, not just the final project.
And yeah, the
But
portfolio is,
this way, we're making sure that they're doing corrections.
right,
They got to fix all their drawings throughout the 5 semesters.
right.
So we added final project advanced drafting for the project portion of it, but what I'm hearing is we really might need to look at adding a specific portfolio or almost a capstone course. I guess it'd be a capstone course that includes the portfolio, the resume, that sort of stuff.
In my case, they can do both. They can still work on a final project and do the portfolio, do the resumes, and do everything.
Right,
all
and that's
within-
what we're doing at MC, but that's not what I was hearing from.
That's what we do, that's what works for us, but I wouldn't say that that's what's going to work for everybody, so I wouldn't recommend making that part of the core.
Wouldn't recommend adding the portfolio, or wouldn't recommend
Like
adding the final project?
No, I think the final project is definitely beneficial. I actually think that adding the portfolio objectives into that final project class is doable, but adding another class just for the portfolio in the core, I personally don't think that's necessary.
I would tend to agree. I mean, we teach the whole capstone courses portfolio, and we incorporate some other things into it, but it's also part of our discipline assessment. So it's the way that we assure that all students have met their PSLOs for each award. So it's like kind of the gateway for us to be able to just double, triple check that everyone has achieved all of their objectives for the award. And then that way we can like review all the other courses. We see all the work that all of the other students have done. We can assess faculty. You know, if we start seeing things in our final portfolio class that don't look like what they should be teaching, I mean, we can go address that. And it's just kind of a way for us to do that with all students. I'm not saying that has to be, you know, we have to describe that, but I think that it can be really beneficial for all programs to have that as part of their, you know, award system. And it might be a way to kind of like address all of these like kind of statewide concerns that we probably all have as institutions, you know, making sure everyone's achieving their objectives.
You know, if I can jump in there, Arlene, and ask a question. You know, I mean, it seems like as y'all are talking this afternoon, there's almost a level of synergy beginning to come out of the group it seems like y'all are sharing ideas and thinking about things that I could incorporate in my program. I hadn't thought about doing this in my program and that kind of stuff. I guess my point is y'all seem to be coming together as a family.
Thanks, Gary.
And you know, it's a few minutes till 2. This is scheduled till 3. I don't know if you want to give yourself a break, go take care of any business, get a drink of water, or if you just want to keep trudging on. Either way is good.
I guess
5 minutes.
Can we vote on this and then come back?
This is still open.
I was going to recommend
Motion on
that.
table.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a motion.
So I guess I'm going to sort of rethink my position or my objection and just make a motion that we take the 2338 advanced drafting final project advanced drafting and include that in the specialty courses that everyone's going to take and augment the end of course outcomes with creating a portfolio, resume, and developing interviewing skills.
There's a motion already on the table from Derek, right, to add this course to the core part. Do you want to, it sounds, no. What I was going to say is, it sounds like the recommendation was to add also this language that Dwayne's typing in as recommendation to update the SLO. That sound right?
Yeah.
I'll second him.
He made an amendment to the.
I'll go ahead and take a break. And then
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Be back 2 o'clock? On your agenda, number 4, letter D, review, discuss, recommend general education courses for the program of study. Do we want to go through that, or is that something that we want to leave for each college to decide?
As mentioned at the last, meeting, if you all look on the second page of the framework, you all had mentioned that a recommendation of geometry for math. It's up to you all. If you want to leave that on there, you can take it off. It's just, that was what was recommended at the last meeting, so just to point that out.
And then just, I guess, to bring up a couple of issues. First, some colleges, I guess the issue is that some colleges may not have geometry in their core, or they might have a different math in their core. And so that would be kind of causing a student to take 2 math courses. And secondly, I think some of the geometry is covered either in the drafting courses, or I think there is a drafting course specifically for geometry. So I guess the question is does it rise to a level that it needs to be an academic course, or do you think it's covered sufficiently in other?
Dwayne, do you see
drafting
these
courses?
as a list of recommended electives? Is that the way you see it, or are these required, they're required courses?
There's a certain number of general education core courses that are required for a degree. And they total out to about 15 hours. So when if you have 45 of your program of study, and then you have 15 of the gen ed, then it makes the 60 credit hour that we've mentioned previously.
The 15 is required from an accreditation point of view, SACS, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. And another follow-up on the math, and I'm not looking at the ACGM, but I'm pretty sure geometry has a prerequisite of college algebra. And so if you put geometry in this, then you're really requiring 18 gen ed hours, and you're giving up a drafting course. So while, and our guidance on the core, the reason why we put this on the document is, I don't know, some disciplines, as an example, maybe nursing as an example, if you take 8 hours of geology as core courses and you want to be a nurse, you're going to have to take A&P 1 and 2. You know, so that's what we're really getting at, is that if there are specific courses that the guidance or the recommendation needs to be there. And otherwise, if it's just like, as Elizabeth said, every college has their core, and there's core requirements, both for the core component areas and the degree, then you just go with that. But we're looking for specifics.
I think for the general drafting, we probably don't want to recommend anything. I think possibly for when we get to the architectural drafting program, certainly architectural history fits into humanities, and that would be an easy way to get an extra course as part of the gen ed requirements.
I would recommend not recommending anything. I mean, because like for us, geometry, it's effectively requiring 2 previous math courses, because for some students, they would have to take college math, then algebra, then geometry, and for other students, who don't even qualify for college math, they'd have to take developmental math, college algebra, then geometry, which is like a lot just by saying geometry, because that's what we'd effectively be requiring them to do. And I've had a lot of successful drafters who did not take 4 math courses, but
And so do you incorporate geometry somehow in other courses?
yeah, I mean, it's included as, you know, conceptually in our drafting courses, but, you know, it's not like they have to take the college version
Right,
of
the
geometry in
proofs
order
and
to,
the
yeah.
everything.
Well, one of the things we did, which is really going to enlighten y'all, and y'all going to love it, is we did block scheduling. We were one of those first programs to hone in and do, this is what's going to be offered when, and that's it. And so what we have in our gen ed, which I think it's right, we probably shouldn't recommend anything, just let it go as it flows. But we did English 1 and a social science behavior, but at our college, we were able to get the 1311, which is the architecture, as one of the social sciences electives. And then we also got the creative arts, and we got the 1301 or 1302, the architecture classes, as a creative arts, approved for that. And then we have a plain trig, which you have to have the math components and all the, then we did the speech, and that's it. So we kind of tried to grab some of our classes and put them in there as the social science and the arts. So
So we're recommending not to recommend nothing. Let
Probably
each
right.
college decide what they want to teach, okay.
I think each institution, or yeah, they ought to.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion to not recommend academics?
Gen ed.
Just so that there's no gen ed courses that to recommend for this.
Does anybody make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to clear out all of the general ed requirements for the
Okay.
program of
Anybody
study.
seconds that?
I'll second.
All in favor? Say aye. All opposed?
Because that's up to
Moves
the
forward.
institution.
Okay, folks, we got 45 minutes. Some of you guys are flying out and stuff. So we got the number 5. We're supposed to tackle the architectural part of it. I personally feel that we don't have time. I don't know if you want to table this for next meeting.
You can table it, so.
What do you guys think?
Need a motion to table?
Does anybody make a motion to table this for next meeting?
I'll move we table item 5 for our next meeting.
Anybody seconds that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Moves forward. All right. Item number 6. Item number 6, prepare update for Architecture and Construction Program of Study Advisory Committee. Me and Mr. Walter were part of that committee, so we are going to be presenting to that committee what we're recommending. The core and then all the specialties. And that will be this month on the 24th, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Will we have the opportunity to see this and review it before it?
The document?
Right.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I mean, we'll finish cleaning it up and then we'll send it out to y'all. But it will be part of their recommendation for this particular program of study.
Are you going to leave it with the 3 credit hours, or were we going to leave that with X, right? Instead of like 2319, it's going to be 2X19? Is that right?
I think that's going to leave us 2 courses that we can use for academics. Is that correct? 2 courses? Yeah, electives.
There would be 8 3-credit courses left out of the 45. And if you did the 4 credits, 45 doesn't work so well. We would basically use, we're using 6 slots out of 11 slots, so there'd be 5 left over.
Is there any reason we skipped the technical elective courses?
The technical elective courses are in essence everything else. The group thinks that the recommendation of this 21 or 24 hours is the general component, and then the rest is more of picking a specialization. And so naming everything else to the colleges of pick 5 of these to round out your degree, you can already do that from WECM anyway. And so relisting it would just be redundant.
So just to confirm, I'm sorry.
Just like, and maybe stated another way, to have a 60-hour degree, you're going to have to take this 21 or 24, whatever the number is, plus the 15 gen ed, plus another courses to get enough other courses to get you to 60 anyway. And so listing them again would just, it wouldn't accomplish anything. We could spend the rest of the afternoon just reading them off the list.
So what you're saying is the committee voted not to recommend technical elective courses, or those were never up for us to discuss?
That we're not making a recommendation so that it leaves it flexible for the colleges.
And you know, it kind of goes back to the sheet, you know, and those titles and the sections and stuff. Those weren't designed to be absolutely definitive. You got to get something in here. You got to get something in here. Those were just designed to help maybe lay something out. And quite honestly, I think we did more harm with them than we did good. So we may go back and try to redesign that. So there's not a requirement to name electives. No.
I had one last question. Just kind of piggybacking his question. So my assumption is when we look at the rest of these electives, it literally basically could be saying DFTG elective, and we just go to WECM and find. Okay.
Can we write that in?
Well,
Well, I want to kind of jump in there because it doesn't necessarily have to be a DFTG elective. It could be the ARC elective. It could be the POFT elective. It could be a TC8, you know, a TECM elective, or a MCHN elective. So.
And then the number of hours, since we get that calculation done, will be in the last column. So whatever it is, 15 or 18 hours.
So what we're saying is any course that's offered at that community college or that institution, any other course.
Right. You know, and colleges already have courses in their curriculum that are going to count for that.
Just to confirm, this is a recommendation for the general drafting program of study. You're recommending 5 courses in the core, technical core, and 3 in this specialty, technical specialty a total of, right now, I mean, obviously, we're going to change those to X's, but just for this purpose, about approximately 24 hours with no recommended gen ed courses and open technical elective courses. Okay? Just need it clear up here. Go ahead. Oh, and the other, okay. So the recommendation then for this subcommittee to the POS is, there seems to be 3 items. One is that the subcommittee is recommending to the Program of Study Committee that electrical electronics drafting and electrical electronics CAD was not well represented, and that therefore should be designed into its own specialty program of subcommittee. That this general drafting program of study that we just went over is the recommended program of study for general drafting. And thirdly, that the architectural drafting program of study will be addressed at a future meeting. Right? Okay. Then just the future meeting. We'll go ahead and then just for the discussion of future agenda items and resources required for the next meeting, since we'll be addressing the architectural drafting program of study, we will again provide you with the same data and information that you have here. Unless there's anything else, then feel free to voice it here, or you can shoot me an email. Make sure that you all have whatever documentation you need in order to make those determinations. Yes.
Could we also get the data on what ACGM courses those programs are also offering? Because it seems like there's a lot of overlap.
Okay.
That they're sort of hybrid, half academic, half workforce.
So ACGM-related architecture courses.
Yes.
There's also some ARCE courses. Can we get those?
Do you have any proposed dates for the next meeting?
Truthfully, not at this time. A doodle poll will be sent out. Go ahead, Gary. Oh, no. Oh. As we mentioned earlier in this meeting, this room had some work done, so therefore several meetings kind of got bumped around. Is there a particular time frame that does not work for everyone? I mean, obviously, we're looking into March at this point, but spring break, okay. So
I would just like to say that we're here during spring break, and we find that to be somewhat of a slow time, if y'all would like to come in.
And I bet you the boardroom's available.
And the boardroom is probably available.
Well, my wife would like to come to Austin, so.
You're like, oh, spring break works for you. As I mentioned, though, a doodle poll will be sent out to y'all, and then we'll pick the most selected date from that.
Can we sort of agree to do Friday again?
I'm sorry?
Can we tentatively agree to do Friday?
I will make sure Friday's on the list. We do kind of look at the boardroom and different availability. I think in this last doodle poll, I gave 2 Fridays and then 2 alternate days. So it just, we never know what, this room is a very popular room because of the webcasting. So therefore, sometimes we don't have a lot of options. So, but I definitely will try to make sure there's at least one to choose from. So.
Question, are Fridays good for most people? Yeah, that's great, if we can do it.
Okay, all right. Unless anybody else has anything.
Anybody else? Any comments? Okay, folks, this concludes the meeting for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion. You can just do it yourself.
I make a motion to adjourn. Anybody seconds that? All in favor?
Everybody.
All opposed? Moves forward.